was prevented from taking him to the hospital, pledging a transparent and merit-driven process. The Civil Defense, Correctional, Immigration and Fire Service Board is overseeing the exercise, which aims to eliminate favoritism and ensure that only qualified officers ascend the ranks. Speaking at the launch of the exercise on Wednesday, the Minister of the Interior, Chairman of the CDCFIB, Olubunmi Otunji-Ojo, assured officers that promotions would be strictly based on competence. He disclosed that the ministry had partnered with the Nigerian Army Resource Center to enhance professionalism and fairness in the process. Under the revised system, officers seeking elevation from Controller to Assistant Controller General ACG and from ACG to Deputy Controller General must pass an examination and attain a benchmark score. The minister emphasized the years of service alone would not guarantee promotion, insisting that officers must demonstrate capability. He further stressed the need to eradicate nepotism and political influence in leadership appointments, maintaining that everyone or every officer should have an equal opportunity to rise through the ranks. Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun on Wednesday pledged to make Olumorok the top tourism destination in Nigeria through focused government intervention and intervention. He made this pledge while inspecting the Olumorok Tourist Center in Abeokuta, emphasizing its cultural and historical significance to Egbaland, Ogun, and Nigeria at large. According to the governor, the site will attract over 20,000 visitors, reflecting its importance as a heritage and tourism landmark in the state. Abiodun explained that his administration would now prioritize tourism as a strategic policy to harness the economic potential within the sector for sustainable growth. He added that a comprehensive plan would be developed to ensure Olumorok receives the high-quality development and attention it rightly deserves as a premier tourist site. The governor highlighted that Olumorok remains the foremost tourist attraction in Ogun, requiring consistent maintenance and promotion to preserve its value. He stressed that without deliberate government action to restore and maintain such sites, they risk gradual degradation and loss of historical and economic value. The Edo State Governor, Bonde Okpebholo, has declared that there is no vacancy in Aso Rock for the 2027 presidential election, asserting that those forming a political party now cannot govern Nigeria. The governor gave the remark on Wednesday in Benin City while addressing chairmen of the 17 local government councils who had defected from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the All Progressives Congress, APC. Okpebholo also declared that the campaign for President Bola Tinubu's re-election in 2027 has already begun in the state, while predicting that President Tinubu will win the 2027 presidential election by a landslide. He assured the president that Edo State stands firmly behind him and the APC will continue to lead the country. Okpebholo, who praised the president's leadership style, noted that Tinubu has taken bold steps that previous administrations were afraid to take, steps that have set the nation on a path towards development and growth, including the removal of contentious fuel subsidy. Up ahead, NLC warned Tinubu over state of emergency in Rivers State. EFCC arraigns ex-Works Ministry Director and Surveyor over 1.9 billion naira frauds. Details of these and more shortly.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. The Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the TUC Trade Union Congress, that is, have jointly warned President Bola Tinubu to to put an end to what they described as an assault on democracy following the declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. The organized unions made this known in a statement on Wednesday, signed by NLC National President Joe Ajaero and TUC President Festus Osifo. NLC and TUC strongly condemned the proclamation, stating that it was unconstitutional and undemocratic. According to the unions, the purported removal of the state's governor, deputy governor, and House of Assembly members is not only unlawful, but also a direct attack on democracy. The Nigerian Bar Association has emphasized the need to examine the challenges confronting the legal space to improve the justice system and adapt to changing times. The president of the bar, Afamo Sigwe, stated this on Wednesday in Abuja during the NBA sections on legal practice press conference held ahead of its forthcoming annual conference scheduled to take place in Jos, Plateau State. Osigwe noted that addressing issues related to the administrations of justice, the judging process, the consistency of court strengths, and the challenges faced by practitioners and court users is critical to advancing the justice sector. The Federal Road Safety Corps has reported making 7,798 arrests in just 2 months as part of a crackdown on number plate-related offenses. This surge in arrests came as part of the Corps' efforts to tackle the growing issue of fake vehicle registration plates, which have become a major concern for public safety and national security. The FRSC spokesperson Olusegun Ogunbemide disclosed this in a statement on Wednesday. According to the statement, the FRSC's crackdown garnered attention, with the National Assembly lending its full support to the initiative. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC on Wednesday arraigned a former Deputy Director, Highways, Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, Augustine Olowoniyan, alongside the surveyor, Suleiman Mohammed, of the Department of Highways and Planning before Justice Jude Onwubuzie of the Federal Capital Territory FCT High Court, Apo Abuja. They were arraigned on a 3-count charge bordering on alleged diversion and misappropriation of public funds. A statement by the EFCC's head of media and publicity, Dele Oyewale, said the alleged offense is contrary to Sections 19 of the Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Act 2000. It said the funds were reportedly earmarked for the acquisition of titles for federal roads nationwide between March 4, 2019 and July 17, 2020, but were allegedly converted to their personal use. Oyewale said that the defendants pleaded not guilty when the charges were read to him. He added that Justice Onwubueze adjourned the matter till April 3, 2025 for the hearing of the bail application and remanded the 2 defendants at Kuje Correctional Center. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDB, on Wednesday announced that local content in the petroleum industry has now reached 56%, with ongoing reviews likely to further enhance this figure. The NCDMB Executive Secretary Felix Ube said this at a press conference to announce the 5th edition of the 2025 Nigerian Oil and Gas Opportunity Fair, scheduled to be held May 21st and 22nd in ENUGU, Bayelsa State. Ube stated that the board is focused on attracting new local investment into Nigeria's oil and gas sector, with its expectations for more opportunities arising from the 3 presidential directives on the industry. These directives have played a pivotal role in unlocking fresh investment and driving growth in the sector. Ube explained that over 100 investment opportunities were presented by companies at the 2023 NOGOF, adding that some of the projects showcased at the event were the Ubeta and Bonga North, which have been executed. Speaking at the event, the chairman of the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, Wale Ogunsanya, praised the role NCDMB has played in growing the oil and gas value chain in the country. Ogunsanya noted that local content in the sector is set to grow even more, with recent acquisition of oil and gas assets by Nigerian companies from international oil companies and IOCs. Still to come, White House says it will comply with judicial orders as it continues deportations. Students protesting detention of Istanbul mayor clash with police in Ankara. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. Congo residents were skeptical on Wednesday about talks between Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC President Felix Tshisekedi, and Rwandan President Paul Kagame aimed at resolving the M23 conflict in eastern Congo. The leaders met in Doha on Tuesday, mediated by Qatar's emir, calling for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire in eastern Congo. This marks their first meeting since M23 rebels intensified their offensive in January, capturing significant territory including the region's two largest cities. Residents in Bukavu, which had been occupied by the M23 since mid-February, questioned the effectiveness of the talks, emphasizing the need for broader inclusion of political actors to achieve lasting peace. Some argued that the closed-door meetings between the two leaders might not benefit Congo. The conflict is rooted in the fallout from Rwanda's 1994 genocide and competition for mineral wealth has killed thousands and displaced hundreds of thousands. Congo accuses Rwanda of supporting M23, which Rwanda denies. Previous peace attempts have faltered, including recent talks in Angola. Analysts warn that without broader dialogue, a durable resolution remains uncertain.
We assume Kagame denies the presence of his military on Congolese soil. The fact that he agrees to meet with heads of state, I suppose he recognizes that Rwandan military are on Congolese soil. I believe if he agrees to remove his troops, this will be progress regarding peace in DRC. I am happy about this meeting because we want peace. War is not a good thing. When people die, no one can accept it. When the Emir of Qatar met with officials to secure a ceasefire, it was a good thing that we encourage so there can be peace between the two countries. I am happy about this meeting because we want peace. War is not a good thing. When people die, no one can accept it. When the Emir of Qatar met with officials to secure a ceasefire, it was a good thing that we encourage so there can be peace between the two countries. This exchange will be truly useless, as some will think Kagame is meeting the president only to discuss their interests. But I think the meeting between Kagame and Tshisekedi should include other stakeholders like Senko, ECC, AFC, and M23 so they can together seek peace. It would also be important to involve national and international opinion as well as all political actors in Congo.
In a nutrition word, at a hospital in Sudan's war-stricken capital, God's mothers lie next to even thinner toddlers with wide, sunken eyes. The patients at Alban Jadid Hospital are in urgent need of help after nearly 2 years of battles that have strapped residents and cut off supplies. But doctors have to ration the therapeutic milk and other products used to treat them. The war that erupted in April 2023 from a power struggle between Sudan's army and the paramilitary rapid support forces has created what the United Nations calls the world's largest and most devastating humanitarian crisis. About half of Sudan's population of 50 million now suffers some degree of acute hunger, and famine has taken hold in at least 5 areas, including several parts of North Darfur State in western Sudan. Alban Jadid Hospital in Bahri Shag El Nin district received more than 14,000 children under 5 years old suffering from severe acute malnutrition last year, and another 12,000 with a more mild form, says Azab Baibaka, head of the therapeutic nutrition department. The army repeated or recently captured Shag El Nil from the RSF as part of recent gains it has made across the capital. Many mothers are unable to produce milk, often due to trauma resulting from RSF attacks or their own malnutrition, said Raneen Adel, a doctor at Alban Jadid. The White House on Wednesday defended U.S. President Donald Trump's decision to fire 2 Democratic commissioners at the Federal Trade Commission, saying the time was right to let them go. President Donald Trump fired 2 Democratic commissioners at the U.S. Federal Trade Commission on Tuesday in another major test of the independence of regulatory agencies. The firings drew sharp criticism from Democratic senators and anti-monopoly groups concerned that the move was designed to remove opposition within the agency to big corporations.
Because the time was right to let these people go, and the president absolutely has the authority to do it. And they were given ample notice in a letter that I believe your outlet reported on. So it pretty much explains exactly why this administration chose to let those individuals go. The goal was to let these individuals go. If we have to fight it all the way to the Supreme Court, we certainly will.
In the same vein, the White House said on Wednesday it expects to continue its mass deportation of undocumented migrants and fight unfavorable court rulings, but will comply with judicial orders. In a proclamation published on Saturday, March 15, U.S. President Donald Trump invoked the 1798 Alien Enemies Act to swiftly deport what the White House said were members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. The Trump administration used the authority to deport 137 Venezuelans to El Salvador on Saturday, even as a judge ordered the removals halted, sparking a legal standoff.
Americans can absolutely expect to see the continuation of the mass deportation campaign that has been successfully led by this president, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and also our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. We have judges who are acting as partisan activists from the bench. They are trying to dictate policy from the President of the United States. They are trying to clearly slow walk this administration's agenda, and it's unacceptable. As the President said last night, we will continue to comply with these court orders. We will continue to fight these battles in courts, but it's incredibly apparent that there is a concerted effort by the far left to judge shop, to pick judges who are clearly acting as partisan activists from the bench in an attempt to derail this president's agenda. And I would just like to point out that the judge in this case is essentially trying to say that the president doesn't have the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists from our American soil. That is an egregious abuse of the bench. This judge does not have that authority. It is
The White House has announced that it has moved beyond the previously negotiated U.S.-Ukraine minerals and natural resources deal, shifting its focus to securing peace between Ukraine and Russia. In a statement following an hour-long call between U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the White House said Zelensky expressed gratitude for U.S. support. It also noted that technical teams will meet in Saudi Arabia in the coming days. Levitt added that Zelensky requested additional air defense support to protect civilians from Russian attacks. Trump assured him that he would help locate the necessary equipment in Europe.
Today, President Trump and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky had a fantastic phone conversation. President Zelensky thanked President Trump for a productive start for the work of the Ukrainian and American teams in Jeddah on March 11th. The leaders agreed Ukraine and America will continue working together to bring about a real end to the war, and that lasting peace under President Trump's leadership can be achieved. President Trump fully briefed President Zelensky on his conversation with Putin and the key issues discussed. President Zelensky asked for additional air defense systems to protect his civilians, particularly Patriot missile systems, and President Trump agreed to work with him to find what was available, particularly in Europe. The two leaders also agreed on a partial ceasefire against energy. Technical teams will meet in Saudi Arabia in the coming days to discuss broadening the ceasefire to the Black Sea on the way to a full ceasefire. President Zelensky was grateful for the president's leadership in this effort and reiterated his willingness to adopt a full ceasefire.
Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban said on Wednesday that the European Union had to back efforts by U.S. President Donald Trump to get a peace deal in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Asked if he continued to oppose the EU giving more money to Ukraine, Orban replied to reporters, "We don't support it."
Yeah, we don't support it because in our understanding there is one simple mission to be done by the European Union to support President Donald Trump efforts to make peace. That's what we should do, nothing more. I have to represent the opinion of my own nation, and the Hungarians are still very strongly believe that we have to target all our efforts and capacity to make peace as soon as we can. First of all, because of the very much Christian reason, because we are losing lives daily, thousands, which is totally against our values. And second, economically as well, because the war is very, very expensive. We have a calculation what was the price paid by the Hungarian families in the last 3 years just because of the war, creating a higher energy price. The bonds, the interest rates went up, and we lost many export possibilities in Russia. Altogether, we lost huge amount of money per family in Hungary. So I would not like to continue that. If now, luckily enough, we have a leader, I mean President Trump, who takes the responsibility to launch for peace negotiations, let's support him. That's all what we need.
French lawmaker and leader of the far-right party National Rally said she hoped peace-making efforts would prosper. The politicians were commenting to reporters as they arrived in Brussels for a meeting of the Patriots for Europe, the European Parliament's third largest voting bloc. A United Nations vehicle and an ambulance transported on Wednesday casualties of an Israeli strike to Al-Aqsa Matthias Hospital in Gaza's Day al-Balaa. A foreign national was killed and 4 others were wounded in an Israeli airstrike on the site of a United Nations headquarters in central Gaza City, Gaza's health ministry says. The Israeli military, which has resumed its bombardments in Gaza and issued new orders for residents to evacuate combat zones, denied in a statement that it had struck a UN compound in Deir al-Balaa. Meanwhile, the United Nations Secretary General on Wednesday condemned attacks on UN personnel and added in a statement from his spokesman that all parties in Israel's attack on Gaza knew where the UN's premises were based. Hack says that at least 280 UN staff had been killed in Gaza since October 7, 2023.
The Secretary General was deeply saddened and shocked to learn of the death of a United Nations Office for Project Services staff member when 2 UN guest houses in Deir al-Balaa were hit in strikes. 5 other UN personnel were seriously injured. The locations of all UN premises are known to the parties to the conflict, who are bound by international law to protect them and maintain their absolute inviolability. The Secretary General strongly condemns all attacks on UN personnel and calls for a full investigation. He underscores that all conflicts must be conducted in a way that ensures civilians are respected and protected.
Russia's widespread and systemic use of enforced disappearances and torture of Ukrainians during its full-scale invasion of Ukraine amount to crimes against humanity, a United Nations Commission said on Wednesday. Large numbers of civilians were detained in the areas that came under Russian control or were deported in Russia, where some later suffered torture and sexual violence, according to a new report by the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry. 50,000 people have been reported missing in the war between Ukraine and Russia over the last year, the International Committee of the Red Cross says in February. Additional cases of rape and sexual violence against female detainees were also identified. A previous report published in 2024 by the Commission said Russia had systematically tortured male Ukrainian prisoners of war.
Many prisoners of war were also victims of enforced disappearances. The victims were often transferred to detention facilities in Russian-occupied territories of Ukraine or deported to the Russian Federation. In these detention facilities, they were subjected to other grave violations and crimes, including torture and sexual violence.
Russian authorities have committed torture pursuant to a coordinated state policy and as crimes against humanity. Personnel of the Federal Security Service, referred to as FSB in Russian, exercise the highest authority when present in detention facilities. They committed or ordered torture during various stages of detention, and in particular during interrogations when some of the most brutal forms were inflicted.
President Vladimir Putin said on Wednesday that Russian troops were completing the defeat of Ukrainian forces in Russia's Kursk region after a 7-month incursion by Kiev's forces. The incursion, which began in August, was aimed at diverting Moscow's forces from eastern Ukraine, gaining a bargaining chip in any future talks, and at riling Putin.
You know, and we all know well, change of shot, that our troops have recently conducted a number of swift, daring, and effective operations. They are now completing the defeat of the enemy's troops in the Kursk region. I will repeat that according to our law, all the servicemen of the Ukrainian army, and especially, over audience listening, foreign mercenaries, who were on our territory and carried out a number of crimes against civilians, should be qualified and are qualified by our law as terrorists. Their crimes should be revealed, recorded, and thoroughly investigated.
An Israeli offensive has been ongoing in different parts of the West Bank since January 2025. Israel launched the operation saying it intended to take on Iranian-backed militant groups, including Hamas and Islamic Jihad, that have been firmly implanted in refugee camps for decades, despite repeated Israeli attempts to root them out. But as the weeks have gone on, many Palestinians have argued the real intent appears to be a large-scale, permanent displacement of the population by destroying homes and making it impossible for them to stay. At least 40,000 Palestinians have left their homes in Janai and the nearby city of Tulkarm in the northern West Bank since Israel began its operation just after reaching a ceasefire agreement in Gaza following 15 months of war.
I am here at the Judea and Samaria, the biblical names employed in Israel for the West Bank, undercover unit base. This is our vanguard. They infiltrate, surprise the terrorist enemy, and deal with them. They simply do sacred work on behalf of the State of Israel. This is always important, but it is especially important now because as we are waging an intense war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip, we are aware of the possibility that another larger and more intense front could be opened here in Judea and Samaria. Therefore, the work of the Border Police Unit, the Israel Police and the IDF, in cooperation with our special units, has led to many results on behalf of your security, citizens of Israel.
The Federal Reserve held interest rates steady on Wednesday as expected, and while U.S. central bank policymakers indicated they still expect to reduce borrowing costs by 0.5 percentage point by the end of this year, Fed Chair Jerome Powell made it clear that the Fed would wait for more clarity on Trump administration policy before adjusting rates. Taking stock of the Trump administration's rollout of tariffs, Fed officials actually marked up their outlook for inflation this year, with their preferred measure of price increases expected to end the year by 2.7% versus the 2.5% pace anticipated in December.
I think we're not going to be in any hurry to move, as I mentioned, I think we're well positioned to wait for further clarity and not in any hurry. Looking ahead, the new administration is in the process of implementing significant policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. It is the net effect of these policy changes that will matter for the economy and for the path of monetary policy. While there have been recent developments in some of these areas, especially trade policy, uncertainty around the changes and their effects on the economic outlook is high. While these individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, as I noted, uncertainty today is unusually elevated. Our current policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate.
Officials also marked down the outlook for the economic growth for this year from 2.1% to 1.7%, with slightly higher unemployment by the end of this year. The forecasts are the Fed's first group attempts to account for the first weeks of the new Trump administration and the initial rollout of what White House officials say will ultimately big global tariffs on imported goods, the Fed left its policy rate in the 4.25% to 4.50% range. U.S. stocks extended their gains slightly after the release of the Fed's policy statements and projections, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 0.5% and the tech-heavy Nasdaq Composite up 0.7%. U.S. interest rates futures priced in a cut of just 0.5 percentage points this year, with traders seeing a 62.1% chance of the Federal resuming rate cuts at its meeting in June, according to LSEG estimates, compared with 57% chance before the announcement. More than 100 pro-Palestinian protesters gathered Wednesday afternoon outside Donald Trump's Wall Street property as Israel resumed ground operations. A second day of airstrikes killed at least 48 Palestinians, according to local health workers. The renewed group ground operation came a day after more than 400 Palestinians were killed in airstrikes in one of the deadliest episodes since the beginning of the conflict in October 2023, shattering a ceasefire that has largely held since January. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators appeared outside the Trump building located at 40 Wall Street at around 3 p.m. They chanted,
"I can't begin to tell you how angry."
State and held signs that read, "Gaza not for sale. Elect a clown, get a circus," among others.
"I can't begin to tell you how angry I am. Genocide, slaughter of journalists, end of no free speech."
I support Israel a lot, obviously, and ever since the October 7, 2023, there's been lots of mobs on the streets of New York, and I don't want people to think that that's like the only voice that's willing to come out and hold up a sign and say who they support on the Israel side.
The only way to deal with something is go out and demonstrate. We stopped the war in Vietnam because of our demonstrations. So we never give up.
The Israeli military said its operations extended Israel's control over the Netzarim corridor, which bisects Gaza, and were a focused maneuver aimed at creating a partial buffer between the north and the south of the enclave. The Palestinian militant group Hamas said the ground operation and the incursion into the Netzarim corridor were a new and dangerous violation of the 2-month-old ceasefire agreement. In a statement, the group reaffirmed its commitment to the deal and called on mediators to assume their responsibilities. Several hundred students clashed with police in Ankara on Wednesday as they protested the detention of Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu. Police used pepper spray to disperse the students of the Middle East and Technical University at times clashing with them. Tuesday detained Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, the main rival of President Tayyip Erdogan, on charges of corruption and aiding a terrorist group in what's the main opposition party on Wednesday called a group against her president. Mexico's top prosecutor said on Wednesday there had been flaws in the investigation on a ranch in the western state of Jalisco, which activists have called a cartel-run extermination camp, and vowed to uncover the truth of what happened there. Mexico's Attorney General Alejandro Gertz said at a press conference that Jalisco said authorities were aware of the ranch as early as September, but they had not tested human remains at the site or properly identified the clothing and shoes found there. He also said that the authorities also had not alerted federal officials
of the attorney supervisor and all the chain of command. I repeat, my obligation is to receive all these evidences and make them public. This is what I am doing, and from that principle, I will establish all the premises and the presumptions of federal crimes that we will investigate. This is a very important case for the country's public life. We must handle it with high seriousness. The prosecutor's office must take responsibility of this investigation. The moment we get enough evidence to establish federal crimes, we will take responsibility for this investigation and all its results.
Earlier this month, a group of activists searching for missing loved ones found eggs, thousands of bone fragments, items of clothing, ashes, and alleged underground ovens possibly used to cremate bodies at the ranch in Chachitlan, about 64 kilometers outside Guadalajara, the Jalisco state capital. The discovery of which ranch has sparked outrage in Mexico, where more than 124,000 people are missing, according to government data, largely as a result of drug cartel violence. George Simeon, the leader of the Romanian second-largest party, became the hard-right candidate in the May presidential election rerun after an ally withdrew from the race on Wednesday, boosting his chances of making it into the runoff date. Simeon, leader of the hard-right Alliance for Uniting Romanians, and Ana Maria Gavrila, leader of the Young People's Party, joined the race with the agreement that one would stand out if the election authorities approved both of their candidacies. Gavrila withdrew on Wednesday. European Union and NATO member which borders Ukraine will repeat its two-round presidential election on May 4th and 18th after the Constitutional Court validates the initial ballot in December following accusations of Russian meddling in favor of far right. Georgescu, who denied accusations of Russian meddling as has Moscow, was barred from running again earlier this month. He stopped short of endorsing a single candidate after his bid was rejected. An opinion survey released earlier this month showed Simeon would make it into the runoff vote, but is trailing Nakuso Dan, the centrist mayor of capital Bucharest, running as an independent.
We decided to support the one who has the most chances. Because George Simeon has a big party behind him, he has a structure, we must go beyond parties and, as Mr. Călin Georgescu said, we must support this movement by giving it every chance. So, I will withdraw so that I do not appear on the ballot and so that the votes are not divided. Whether we like it or not, there is a limited number of candidates that we have on the ballot and we have to choose with our hearts and understand and respect the decision of Călin Georgescu, who made it together with us.
We are taking the sovereigntist movement further, we are continuing what we started. We will be together every day and we will be together with you, united in consciousness, united in thought and feelings.
People in North Macedonia's Kokani attended a vigil at a local church on Wednesday to remember the many victims of a fire in a nightclub at the weekend and pray for the health of the survivors and relatives. The 59 people killed had been attending a hip-hop concert when the fire broke out at around 3 a.m. on Sunday, March 16th, at the Pulse nightclub, when sparks from flares set a patch of ceiling alight. Hundreds of people scrambled for the unlicensed venue's only exit as flames spread across the roof. Trees and other surfaces near the church were uncovered in death notices for the victims on Wednesday, attracting attention from passers-by in the small town of around 25,000 residents.
Our city never saw such a tragedy. This is unbelievable. I cannot describe my pain. Our city will never, never, never be able to overcome the grief from this. These are youngsters who left us only a great pain.
Officials said that the nightclub's license was illegally obtained and that the venue lacked fire extinguishers and emergency exits. More than 150 people were injured. Indonesia coach Patrick Kluivert on Wednesday said he was satisfied with the progress his players have made after just a few training sessions ahead of their meeting with Australia on Thursday's 2026 World Cup qualifier. The former Netherlands and Barcelona striker has been handed the mission of taking Indonesia to the World Cup finals for the first time since 1938, and Thursday's clash in Sydney would be crucial to those hopes. With many of his players flying in from their clubs in Europe, Kluivert admitted that there had not been enough time to really impose on his ideas on the squad, but said he was confident that we're ready to challenge for the first win over Australia since 1981. Indonesia impressed with a 0-0 draw against Australia as well as 2-0 home win over Saudi Arabia last year and stand just a point behind the second place Soceros in Group C. The top two teams will progress directly to the 2026 finals.
Well, it was in the beginning of my coaching period, and what I did in Brisbane was 2 months. I went over because we had the same manager at that time. But Ange is fantastic. That's the only thing that I remember, and it was a really, really long time ago. The influence that Ange has on his team, the way he plays, the way he transmits what he wants from the players is impressive. We also saw that in Tottenham Hotspur, of course, and the way he trains, the way he wants the best out of the players, that really excited me, and I really learned a lot from Ange, and the way he talks with the players, I really respect that.
My short answer will be, we'll see tomorrow. That will be my short answer, but I think, yes, I think we showed already the last year, more or less, maybe a little bit more, that Indonesia is a country that has to be dealt with. I think we've showed it as well in this group already. The first game, what you mentioned, against Australia and also against the other teams. Also in November, the last game we won against Saudi Arabia, which was, yeah, the first time ever also a win in this round for our country. So you see we're developing and building inside the organization. So, yeah, going back to my first answer, we will see tomorrow.
The German national team trained in Dortmund on Wednesday on the eve of their UEFA Nations League quarter-final against Italy. Coach Julian Nagelsmann's side will hold a press conference later in the day as they prepare for Thursday's clash at the San Siro in Milan. Germany entered the knockout stage of the competition off the back of a strong start where they topped Group A3 with 4 wins and 2 draws. The new look German side, without the recently retired Thomas Müller, Toni Kroos and Manuel Neuer, have set their sights on the 2026 World Cup after their quarter-final run at the Euro on home soil in July. Portugal held a training session on Wednesday at their base in Oeiras ahead of the first leg of their UEFA Nations League quarter-final against Denmark on Thursday. Players including striker Cristiano Ronaldo and midfielder Bruno Fernandes led the training session, and the Iberian team looks to get a good result in Copenhagen. Coach Roberto Martinez scored will then travel to Denmark, where Coach Martinez and one of the players will hold a press conference. The second leg will take place in Lisbon on Sunday. That's the news this hour. I'm Charles Price. Thanks for watching. See you later.
It is a reflection of a failed government, because in a civilized climate, it is unheard of, despite what we are producing in the country, that today we are experiencing total blackout in the northern part of the country. But I believe with time it may extend to other parts of the country. So the government is not actually doing well. That is my own personal opinion. Because what effort are they doing? What led to it? It is not even made known to the public. Because sometimes they will just allow certain things to go bad, believing that the citizens cannot do anything. They are capitalizing on the complacency and without the self-satisfied nature of the citizens. That's my own personal take on it. As far as I'm concerned, the government is to be blamed. Because when they have made up their mind to render essential services to the people, what aspect of the country is working effectively with respect to the services being rendered by the government? I suggest they should even allow the private sector to handle this thing.
See, I'm from Adamawa State, Temsa local government to be precise. And since I was born, we've not had light, not until 2 months ago. Since inception, since Nigeria was created, not until 2 months ago. Not my own part of it, there are no bandits there. You understand? So we should stop the blame game. It's not the fault of bandits. Let's not give government upper head so that they will not have what they will use as argument against us. It's not the fault of bandits, it's the fault of the government. Because I remember there was even a time in my village when they brought transformers. The same government didn't wire those transformers. Till we don't even know what happened to those transformers. For years, for more than 10 years, those transformers were there. Transformers bought with taxpayers' money, Nigeria's money. Transformers, brand new transformers. How they vanished, till I left my village, was going for Christmas for years, more than 10 years. The transformers were there. There was no light on the transformer. So let's stop the blame game. The government is our problem. The government should sit up and do what they need. The government should see government as business, not as where you come and steal money and frustrate people.
It's not good, Sha, for the thing that is happening, because it's affecting the business and also it's affecting the productivity of the nation. For the citizens, and like for there's no light in the country now, is affecting the businesses of the masses. Businesses are not moving the way it's supposed to be. And for those that are behind the banditry, something that they're talking about, the government should please try and do something about it, so that at least people can go back to their various businesses, and it will help. It will also help to boost the economic of the country.
And the night wey no dey for north, light no dey for everywhere, and people are cry, people are suffer. May government help us for that light and security.
The only reasonable pension you can talk about is the federal pension, because if you come down to the state pension and the local government pension, they are always owing those people. There's always backlog. But even with the federal pension, I retired from Nigerian Navy, the way they are being paid is too poor, the pension is too low, and all the contributions people made with PENCOM and defense and stuff is not really being well attributed to them in the way it's supposed to be. Most of them don't have housing. It's not only about paying people pension, you should consider their housing, post-housing, after service. Where do those people live? How do they survive? Do they have a farm? Is there any government intervention in helping them alleviate the pains of the current economic hardship? Like now, the government is even dragging to pay 100,000 for the minimum wage, and the pensioners are still receiving low 30,000. That's the basic pension benchmark. Then 30,000 cannot even buy a bag of rice. It cannot fill a tank. It cannot buy you electricity for a month. You know, it's too low. So it's regrettable. And some people that have actually managed the pensions, you know, they have, like Mena and others, they have really squandered people's money, you know, diverted the money, and there's no really money there to pay the pensioners. Because if there was money, there would have been accrued interest in their deposits. So there is nothing like that, and people are suffering. Their money has been squandered or diverted, or one way or the other, they are not being paid their pension.
They should look into it because they are the receiving end. Government employ them when they are young, and when they get old, government will not be taking care of them. Take for instance, in a western state, western part of the world, government from inception take care of them, and I believe that their money, they reduce the money from their salary. So when it's time for them to be paid, they will not be paid at the appropriate time. Most of them die young because of not taking proper care of them. You continue going for pension office from one office to another until things not getting well at all with them. Most of them, they are suffering it. It affects them because when you look at your old person that is older than you, what is facing, you will be discouraged. The work that you have in mind doing, your enthusiasm will go down because you are seeing what other persons are facing. You will be scared. When I reach to this level, I will face the same thing. It is reduce their work.
Like in state government, they are giving them something. But parasites, like water corporation, my husband is worked in water corporation. They don't even give them pension. They don't even give them pension. And water corporation, you can ask them.
You know, those people worked so far at their old age. It's government that's supposed to take care of them. They don't suppose even their pension, their gratuity. They should help people. You know, some of money don't have value. Just like as they are still talking to we staff minimum wage. You know, things are very scarce. Inflation in Nigeria, so they suppose those people that depend on drugs, and those money they are paying them as a pension is not even enough to pay their bill. Some are still training their children. Some are paying house rent. So all those things, government should try to help the pensioners so that to survive more before they die. Some even on the process of going to road, do this, do that, you see some die on the hunger or fall on the road.
The way pensioners are treated is not good, because after serving the government for 35 years, you don't have nothing to show. You don't have house in your village. You don't have any investment. You can't even train your children in the tertiary institutions or give them proper medical support. Even you as a pensioner, you are not sure of your medical support from the government, people that you have worked for. If you have stroke, many people have stroke, they have hypertension, all those type of illnesses cost a lot of money, and there is no way the government is trying to help them, you know, to treat their illnesses, even to feed, even to have housing. All those things is absurd for those pensioners. And people that are in service, when they see the way they treat the people that have already retired, they will be striving, trying their best, you know, in corrupt ways, trying to make money so that they won't be suffering after retirement.
powers are given because the system gives those powers. In the past, there was nowhere a premier in the East could do half the things that any one governor today does and get away with it. And I keep giving them the example of Britain. Started with...
Imagine NNPC decides, you know what, we're tired of managing the refineries across Nigeria. The one in Kaduna sells it out to a foreign investor, or the one in Port Harcourt sells it out to another foreign investor. The one in Warri sells it to another person altogether, foreign investor. And then we would have, what now, 4 different foreign investors for the 4 refineries. And then we'll have a Dangote. So we could have some respite. The NNPC just remains as a regulatory body selling these crude as Naira to these refineries so that we can have this competition, bring the price of fuel, for Nigerians alike. But what are we doing? We still have an NPC trying to regulate and also trying to twist the private sector who has decided to carry itself into that space and making sure that things are a little bit better. Where are we right now? The talks between the Dangote and the NNPC have stalled. The reason is NNPC is saying they cannot continue selling Naira, the crude to Dangote in Naira. So Dangote has announced yesterday that talks have stalled. So from maybe this month, from next month, as soon as NNPC starts purchasing in dollars, purchasing crude in dollars, the price of fuel that we use, that we're actually celebrating some few days ago, that the prices are actually coming down, might actually go up. So what does this mean for a common man? What does this mean for Nigerians? Is the cabal too strong, so powerful that they really don't want to let their feet off the gas? What's going on? Well, we'll talk about that later on the show. But welcome everybody. This is the morning show. Let's go straight to the headlines on our dailies. Let's begin on the Vanguard newspaper this morning. On the Vanguard, start with some sports updates. 2026 World Cup race, 3 points against Rwanda, non-negotiable. Super Eagles speak. Protests rocks Ondo as armed headsmen kill 5 farmers. Policeman, 11 militias, gang members killed in Benue communities. Emergency rule in Rivers. Federal governors disagree. Pages 8, 9, and 10, that's where you can find that on the Vanguard. Wike has no role in political crisis, says AGF. Alleges Fubara guided militants to blow up pipelines. Tinubu can't appropriate such powers to himself, says Amechi. No justification for state of emergency. Senator Dixon speaks. Your action unconstitutional. NBA tells Tinubu it's unwarranted. Premeditated attack on Rivers. Opposition, says PDP. Governors, Ibok Etebas warning promises to restore law order in Rivers. NLC, TUC to Tinubu reverse emergency rule, illegality of dissolving elected democratic structure. Falana speaks. All the details you can find on the Vanguard this morning. Over now to the Nation newspaper. The Nation, federal government indicts Fubara in bombing of oil pipeline. With the writer, AGF explains why decision on emergency rule was taken. Situation in Rivers not same as in Borno, others in 2013. Suspended governor out of government house, Ibas sworn in. Federal government injects 32.8 billion naira into basic health care. Court vacates order on Natasha. Recall process begins. FCTA take possessions of 4,794 revoked Abuja properties. All the details on the Nation. NACA assures of uninterrupted HIV drug supply. Protest in Akure over deaths of 5 farmers. Dangote's planned sale of petrol in dollars raises palm price hike fears. And over to the Blueprint newspaper. Petrol cost may rise as Dangote refinery halts product sales in Naira. Many fear dead as CNG tanker explodes in Abuja. 20 new millionaires emerged from Fidelity Bank Game 6 promo. World Cup qualifiers, we have to stop Osimhen, says Rwanda spokesman. Death toll in Kebbi meningitis outbreak rises to 56. Federal government dispatches 3,000 doses of vaccines. Why federal government will release Rivers allocations to administrator, says Fagbemi. Defense Tinubu clears Wike over emergency order. NLC, NBA, PDP, Amechi, others seek reversal. I will maintain law and order, Ibas assures. No explosion at Port Harcourt refinery, NNPC clarifies. Nigeria records 28 new Lassa fever cases, 3 deaths. Benue, police killed 11 suspected militias, lose officer in gun battle. Wiki approves 1.94 billion naira for procurement of earth-moving machines. Troop neutralize 10 terrorists, rescue 101 kidnapped victims in Katsina and Zamfara states. And now to the Daily Trust newspaper. Fuel price may rise as Naira for crude deal stalls. Experts seek government intervention. Many fear dead as tanker explodes on Abuja Road. Poor sanitation. Others push meningitis deaths to 55 in Kebbi. EFCC arrest Bauchi AG over alleged 70 billion naira frauds. Rivers crisis. Emergency rule can be overturned, says Yadudu. Overrule Tinubu, NNPP, LP, others tell National Assembly. And now to the Nigerian Tribune. Dangote refinery suspends sale of petrol in Naira. Tanker explosion shuts down Abuja-Kefi Expressway. EFCC arrests Bauchi Accountant General for alleged 70 billion naira fraud. Outrage as emergency rule kicks off in Rivers. NBA, Southern Middle Belt leaders, Labour, PDP governors, Amechi, Obi, others, fault president. Protesters shut down Ondo governor's office over killing of another 5 farmers by suspected headsmen. 11 bandits, 1 policeman killed in gun duel in Benue. And now to the Guardian newspaper. On the Guardian, imminent end to subsidized petrol as FX. PMS face major disruptions. Many fear dead cars burned as tanker explosion rocks Abuja. Federal government dismisses WHO reports on stock out of essential HIV drugs. Shetima attacks lawmakers on food security legislations. Federal government reads riot acts to states as Nigerians rule states of emergency in Rivers. Working group submits report, seeks urgent help for correctional centers. And now to the Punch newspaper. Rivers emergency rule. Federal government deploys 10,000 troops against vandals as opposition. NLC protests. 10,000 troops. It's interesting. Fresh explosion in Rivers. PDP protests as AGF APC threatening emergency rule extension. Sanwo-Olu unveils new blocks of classrooms in Ikorodu. Police confirm deaths of inspector, 12 gunmen in fierce battle. Mohbad's brother, friend arrested outside Lagos court. PDP tackles APC as Kogi constituents begin Natasha's recall. Naira for crude, fuel price hike looms as Dangote NNPCL talks fail. Minimum wage, NYSC to spend 307.6 billion naira on corpus mobilization. Stop military attacks on discos, Adelabo tells NSA. EFCC arrests Bauchi Accountant General over alleged 70 billion naira fraud. All the details you can find on the Nigerian Punch newspaper. Well, back to Chris Maduka, who is live with us in the studio to give some sense to some of the headlines in the headlines today. So it's no longer news that the so-called agreements was supposed to be for just 6 months and it ends this March. One would have thought that because of the giant strides that one has, gotten in that space, this would continue. There would be some renewal for the sale of crude to Dangote in Naira. But it does look like NNPC doesn't like that Dangote is reducing the price of fuel, and so because of that, they'll find a way to stop him by selling in either in dollar, or maybe Dangote decides to import crude in order to sell to Nigerians, at the price that international market says. What do you think?
My thought has not changed with oil and gas. Like you made a very valid point when you started. NNPC, when it was NNPC, was at least some sort of regulatory body on the oil and gas. Along the line, they added the limited to it. So meaning they are judge and jury in their own case. But what baffles me is why we should open our eyes to make Nigerians suffer. Why is it that everything about this God-given blessing, about oil and gas, I used to remember a time there's a television jingle in pidgin English. It says, "Scratch ground small, oil will come," and that has not changed. Why is it that countries that don't have a single oil under their land enjoy better life more than us? Why is it that some people, because of selfish reasons, and the federal government of Nigeria, our esteemed president, is still the Minister of Petroleum? Do not forget. There's a saying in my place, it says, if you want us to really be good friends, remove all element of lies and tricks. As far as I'm concerned, all the oil and gas, everything about oil and gas in Nigeria is faulted with lies, greed, selfishness. And who suffers? It's a very simple command. You have given the man license to operate. You gave him contract for Naira for crude. You said 6 months. Before they finish speaking Oyibo to begin giving the first batch of crude, it was over 4 months. So when you are counting 6 months, you will know how we deliberately put cogs in the wheel of our own progress, and we expect to progress. It is not an error. You clearly want to solve a problem with the same consciousness that caused it. You're expecting change. Then the person must be a fool. I have no apologies. Whoever is trying to do it that way must be a fool. Whoever, I don't care. Now you gave the guy license to operate in Nigeria. You gave him crude for adding execution. Let it operate. The marketer said they are importing cheaper now. It's only when Dangote started, you start importing cheaper. No problem. Dangote said, you refuse to, you just allow me be refining oil and spending more than it costs me to refine to store. Don't worry. We go to the market, let it regulate itself. The same NPC came back. Now I'm pulling the carpet under. Why didn't you make up? How many days in 6 months? Why did you not make up for the one if you want to be sincere? If there's no element of to pull the carpet under the leg of Dangote to make sure. Remember, Nigerians suffer because Dangote will have market to sell. Yeah. And he must sell his market. He's not a Father Christmas. For all spirits that guided the establishment of all Dangote subsidiaries, it's purely for commercial. And don't be deceived. Most of the people in Nigeria might be using Dangote as front to do business, because some of them are into public glass, so they see viable business, they will put their money there and say, my brother, use this one, just give me gain. It's possible. So we know this thing happening, and nobody's talking. Something is wrong. The herdsmen are killing our farmers every day. No big man in Nigeria has said anything. And somebody said, even the cattle the herdsmen are carrying are owned by big men in Nigeria. So you see, how do you balance it? How many big men has opened their mouth and say, stop herdsmen farmers clash? If you do refinery, fire, they will bomb that area, clear everybody. They don't even care whether River State will be swallowed in fumes and suits. They keep bombing. Every day they will report how many. You have not bombed. Herdsmen, you not solve problem. You've not solved so many issues. They are selective to what we solve. And those selective thing has not shown people in Nigerian establishment at the head of affairs as objective people. That's our concern. If you treat Charles the way you treat Chris, we will be seeing objectivity. We do selective disposition of justice and equity. This selective. When it suits us, who is involved? It's not that we have a guiding principle and we expect to progress. Charles, I'm afraid. I am. Honestly, I keep worried every day. Because why can't you say, let's negotiate this oil Naira crude thing? If you really want the fuel price to be regulated by market and stabilize. You're doing tono. Today you say threatening to pull. This day you want to give it more. Do you see the value about how many days ago we see the value of what is still imported? The value of petroleum products still imported in Nigeria. Who is deceiving who? So we expect our foreign reserve to rise by that. You throw away and jump across the fence to collect. You are deceiving Nigerians. You think you have peace?
Do you in any way think that the president might have an interest, or maybe a cabal, not necessarily the president, but a cabal might have an interest, so much so, the only way out of, this reduced pump price is to make sure that the crude is not sold to Dangote in Naira anymore, so that it will not affect their landing cost while they import, because they tend to make monies when they...
It's a very clear evidence. That's straight logic for us. Let them convince us otherwise. Everything you have said, Charles, is the way everybody factors it. They don't want Dangote to breathe. And once Dangote does not breathe, the status quo ante remains. And then we're telling us lies, confusing us and turning around so that price remains where they smile to the banks, we smile to our graves every day. Nigerians. See the hardship this has brought us. Any idea anybody is coming to reduce it will be truncated. By the same group who are telling us they want to solve it. That's why I'm saying they're deceiving us. They've not convinced. If they convince some people, I might be the only person. I'm sorry. I've not seen, I'm here. I've not seen any, like you said, anything that's showing that they want oil market regulated so that the price is determined by itself, and they remove their hand. There is high level of interest. Whether you call them cabal or bacal or whatever name they come with, there is interest. We are not against interest, but let interest come with conscience and human face. Because anything that happens in this life without the conscience is devilish. Anything. Anything, talk about it without conscience, that drop of God in humans to say, hi, what is good for the geese should also be good for the gander. Let's balance. Let's balance. All the holy books talk about balancing. But these are, it tilts one side. You just want to be smiling to the, for how long you have to live on earth with all this amassation of wealth and all. You don't care. And we say we are Nigerians. See it, man, see. This level of insecurity. What are you telling those people? The young youth people, when they talk, they are threatening youth to say, I am suffering. Somebody say, pull down that, close your mouth, seal it with super glue. Just as you say, this country is telling people I'm suffering. So, I don't know. Now, they are now calling around. What they are telling you, just preparing your mind again, that they will return back. And when this time happens, when dollar is changing as I yesterday, I don't know, an average of 1,500. It means when they're buying crude in dollar and they refine in Nigeria, you know the madness. You are in Nigeria getting your crude I don't know which currency NNPC is using to explore the crude out of the ground. How much dollars they are paying God? Then they will have to get it and sell it to Nigerian who has a refinery to save us from the abuse. And they are also still fighting not allowed. That will tell you that I look at this country, I laugh, honestly. They can't come out. How many times have NNPC come out to tell the world, Nigerians, what they are doing? It's only when it becomes great that somebody, they will pay one propagandist to come and say one thing. Don't they have a communication department? Don't they have a way of telling Nigerians what's happening? They just wake up, do anything, and we go on and on. That's what we see. So it's not just a cabal. It is a devilish type. Because cabals have always existed. But when you have the devilish type, we go
on. So, River State is still in the news.
It's overrated.
Not necessarily overrated. I mean, it's all over the place, but there's a new dimension. The government is saying that the governor, the embattled governor, Fubara, teleguided the people who bombed pipelines. That apparently he has a hand in the bombing of pipelines.
The state against one man is devilish and wickedness. That's one. Remember, if a nation wants to kill a man, according to Idi Amin, they will call you and say, you write a report that this man died of accident. If you don't write it, another person will write a report that you died of heart attack. If federal government want to deal with an individual, we are not, I'm just telling you. So when they come up and say this happened, you can see it clearly. But this is not the time they will come out. If anybody thinks that the federal government or the spokesperson of federal government want to be objective and want to handle this diplomatically, this is not the time you come and say that the explosions that happen, how many days do you take you to investigate explosions?
It was the same day, in fact. It was the
same and then you already know who teleguided. Meanwhile, you have commissioner of police who report to IG. And this man has no power over him in the state. You have the DSS. You have the civil defense. You have Navy. You have Army. You have Air Force in that state. And they are very powerful because that state is critical. Then, and immediately the explosion happened, it's already out that Fubara teleguided. I'm not a spokesperson for Fubara. But I'm saying, I know how long it takes Nigeria. All the explosions that happen in pipelines in River State, how many times have they come out to tell us? In fact, those people, when they bomb at times, they will come out and say they take responsibility. Over time, when we had all those men and all these people who are fighting. But after the amnesty, we don't hear much. When you hear anyone like that, it becomes sabotage. For them to quickly direct that, it means you can always call a dog a bad name to murder it. That's one. Now, but you know that when this was bringing up, a lot of people were threatening on what they would do. How did Fubara come out? They left the people who threatened on what they would do. Some groups came, what they would do. You have left them. Is Fubara their leader? This thing can happen to anybody. The state governors are now coming out because what happened if you're a slave? You attend the burial of a fellow slave and you see that burying that slave with just a spade. They just open ground. Just know that the same fate that will befit you. So when the governors keep quiet, and this thing happened, it depends on the feeling, or the side that the president of the nation wakes up and he tell you, I recall you, I suspend you. Even when you were elected. Not even when you are not elected under the same party. You are elected in Kutu Wenji. And somebody who was elected somewhere in Wadguru pronounces that he recall you for your people, on behalf of your people. If you recall Fubara on behalf of Rivers people, as a person who voted, as the returning officer of INEC, I don't know what you are recalling me as. because the man was not elected by you, and he's not even in your party. So there's an error. It floated with so many things, but the president has power to do something. What you said, to what extent you use that power? That's why we have imbalances. Any power that is not checkmated or teleguided smacks of dangerous, it brings up precedents that will become very dangerous. Because that's why some of them that even APC governors are beginning to talk, because it can happen to you. The president can call and say, hey, where are you, Charles? I want you now. He says, sir, I am sick. I recall you. Suspend you. That's it. Because anything can trump up issues. And that's why any king that wakes up in the morning and said, my people, there's lion, no, there's lion, no. People will come out and say, oh, sorry, the lion just left. The next day, wake up, lion, lion, lion. The people come out and say, the next day you shout lion. When they come and say, forget that king. That's how he talks. So if you're a king, you just every day you're shouting. This one, Fubara teleguided bombing. This one did this. So there will always be reason. Nigeria, the people, the federal government should begin to get back the confidence of the people. A lot of things that happen in Nigeria has made, I would say it for clear, has made Nigerians to lose interest in what is happening. Some of them do not. There's anything you just tell them, you just sit down, they look. It's just like they don't even give a thought to it again because they don't know. In fact, before anything happens, they know how you're going to react to it. There's no objectivity. There's always that interest. We are not saying you shouldn't have interest. Only the interest. Like the former governor of Anambra said, may he so rest. Mbadunuju said, Ana alolo, Ana alolo. But let the olu not carry out the olu. If you are working, you should also be having interest. You know what you play for your interest. But let the interest not overtake the real work. So Nigerians, unu nakwa alu olu, na alu olu. Unu ekwena ka olu, carry olu. God bless you, and God bless Nigeria.
Wow, there's a whole lot to actually talk about, but because of time, we will just have to stop it here.
There's so many. Meningitis, the toll rate in KB has risen. Right. Federal government will release allocation to administrator. Fagbemi is saying that fuel may rise because of outrage. I know all those ones, a immediate end to subsidize petrol. That's the one we gave a lot of time to. But then Nigerian wahala can never end. Charles, we have to go. Our time for this review is up. So let's go so that other things can happen here.
Indeed, many thanks, Chris Maduka, for your insight on the topics all across the papers. So we're back again tomorrow, sometime same station from 8 all the way to 8:30. We're back shortly after this, so stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is the Signature Morning here on Signature TV. The president of the country, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, actually hinged his actions on 308, stating he has the powers to do that, giving a possible danger for Rivers State. And so many persons have said it is false. Today we're going to x-ray that particular section of the Constitution that he actually announced while he pronounced that the governor of the Rivers State has been suspended, including the State House of Assembly members. We have Barrister Sidi Ogbe joining us this morning. Barrister, thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. It's my pleasure being here.
How did you receive this news? Because I'm sure that a whole lot of back and forth may have, happened amongst you lawyers, because we've seen people who are defending, including the AGF. That is the Attorney General of the Federation. He actually defended the actions of the government and stating clearly that this time around, it is justified by what he did. How did you receive the news, and do you think that the president is justified by what he did?
In my opinion, I think the president erred by declaring a state of emergency in Rivers State. I also believe that the line of action that Mr. President took has to do with the projection of his political interest, as opposed to carrying into force the provisions of the law, as far as issues bordering on the declaration of a state of emergency is concerned, when we appraise holistically the provisions of Section 305 of the Nigerian Constitution. Furthermore, I am also not surprised that the AGF, the Honorable AGF, has lent credence to what Mr. President did. After all, the AGF is an appointee of Mr. President. Admittedly, an Attorney General, despite being a political appointee, as obtains in our claim, pursuant to the provisions of our Constitution, is, as I said, is to be an appointee of the government. Yet, the Attorney General of the Federation is supposed to be the chief law officer, who is expected to act dispassionately as far as issues bordering on law is concerned in the country. Having said that, in my opinion, I think the AGF, the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation, may not have acted in good faith, if I should use that expression, by asserting that what Mr. President did is in order. Honestly, I never saw what happened in Rivers State coming, because most of us know, as a matter of fact, that it was the impeachment idea that was being mulled by the camp loyal to the FCT minister, only for Mr. President to emerge from nowhere to declare a state of emergency. Section 305 of the Nigerian Constitution is clear as to the situations that will arise that will enable the president of a country to declare a state of emergency. Most importantly, there is no express provision of the law which stipulates that if a state of emergency is declared in a given state, then that democratic institutions must be suspended. It's a controversial area in law. I know as a fact that when Goodluck Jonathan was the president of the country, he declared a state of emergency in some northeast states in Nigeria, which were then ravaged by the Boko Haram menace. Yet the governors of those states, they were left to remain in office as democratically elected political office holders. But in the case of Rivers State, we have seen something different, something akin to what former President Obasanjo did when he was the president. I know as a fact that the Supreme Court before now has held that the declaration of a state of emergency does not empower or does not give room for the removal of a democratically elected government. Nevertheless, I also know as a fact that there is a Court of Appeal decision. Of course, the decision of the Supreme Court overrides that of the Court of Appeal. But there's a Court of Appeal decision, in the case of Eze, against the governor of Abia State. I think that should be a 2015 decision, but it was delivered by the Court of Appeal. In that case, the Court of Appeal made a statement in passing, what we refer to in law as obiter dictum, a comment made in passing, to the effect that as far as issues bordering on local government, system of government is concerned, which by virtue of Section 7, subsection 1, is to be administered in accordance with democratic norms, that democratically elected local government chairmen cannot be removed at the whims and caprices of any state governor. That it's only when there is a state of emergency that democratically elected local government chairmen could be removed. So applying the same line of logic to what is playing out, I think that those who may be tempted to argue that a democratically elected governor could be removed if there is a state of emergency, they may rely on the obiter dictum of the Court of Appeal made in that regard, because a state of emergency envisages that there must be a breakdown of law and order to a great extent, or imminent danger of breakdown of law and order, or that Nigeria is at war, or that there's immediate danger of war. If you take a look at the various circumstances enumerated under Section 305 of the Nigerian Constitution, it will become clear the circumstances in which a state of emergency could be declared. Now, for you, I believe, if I should apply logic as a lawyer, for a governor of a state to fall victim to an emergency declaration, there should be evidence of either implied or even express support by the governor of the state in the act complained of. So if you are saying that there is a case of breakdown of law and order, or that there is threat to attack the oil facilities in Rivers State, the question that should be asked is this: did the governor directly or indirectly support that particular line of action? That he kept mum is immaterial, because that's one of the issues Mr. President raised. After all, the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The governor of the state, despite being the chief security officer of the state, does not have control over the Nigerian armed forces. So if there is any failure on the part of law enforcement agents to arrest the activities of maybe what I would refer to as some criminal elements who resumed attacks on the infrastructures of the Nigerian government, it is left for the federal government of Nigeria, under the watch of Mr. President, to go after these people and not to declare a state of emergency and then remove the governor. So in a nutshell, I think Mr. President's action has gone a long way in lending credence to the suspicion harbored by many persons all this while, to the effect that the FCT minister enjoys the backing of the federal government. And that's why he has been operating without much restrictions as far as the controversy that engulfed him and his erstwhile godson reached in Rivers State. So Mr. President's action, in my own opinion, we are entitled to our respective opinions. In my opinion, it shows that Mr. President has taken side in the battle going on between Nyesom Wike and Governor Fubara, because he's still the governor of Rivers State. He's still a governor, despite what has been done by Mr. President.
All right. I mean, you said that implicitly that it has to be sure that the governor is involved. I mean, if something is happening in your state in that magnitude, I mean, you should be able to release a statement, because we've seen people release statements and things like that. When those threats kept coming, we saw the threat, done by Asari Dokubo. We've seen threats done by faceless groups. The governor kept mum, kept quiet. I mean, if he had even released a statement saying that, these guys should stop whatever they are trying to do, we're suing for peace or something, but he never said anything. And now the president is saying that he teleguided these people to bomb oil pipeline.
Anyway, the first point of departure in this whole argument is that, in my opinion, I don't even have sympathy for both sides. Because both sides, you are erstwhile criminalist participants in law, partners in crime. The incumbent governor of Rivers State and his godfather, they were all members of the same political fold. They governed Rivers State together. So I have no sympathy for them, because some persons are becoming emotionally attached to both sides. Mm-hmm. I am dispassionate as far as this issue is concerned. However, talking about law vis-a-vis governance, I think the governor of the state is not under any obligation to make any comment. Following the
threats that are happening under your watch,
taking a look at the circumstances of this case. Okay, you did made mention of faceless groups, but Asari Dokubo is not faceless. What should have been done is this: Asari Dokubo, having made that threat, the president should have ordered for his arrest, because he's the chief security officer of the nation. The president has at his beck and call the paraphernalia of government. At least Asari is not faceless. The president should have said, "Oh, you issued a threat to do so and so thing. Yes, DSS, police, army, everybody, Air Force, go after him." The president also did not do anything. So you want the governor to issue a mere statement. Do you know whether Asari will also attack the governor if the governor issues any statement? It's possible. He may tell the governor, "Who told you to react? We are defending you. You are our son." Most importantly, people have made various dangerous statements in this country. Someone said that the babu and the dog will be soaked in the blood. A state of emergency was not declared in his state or the state where that statement was made. In some other states, terrorists held sway in some states in this country, in the northeast geopolitical zone. The governors of those states weren't removed. So what is playing out is more of politics. Some weeks ago, a Nigerian citizen, I don't know her name, of the Ijaw ethnic group, a woman, she said that what is playing out in Rivers State is a proxy war. Because there is this belief that Governor Fubara is loyal to a different political camp. That is what is actually playing out in Rivers State. So the governor is taking a look at the special circumstances of this particular case. The governor, I don't think he's under any obligation to respond to any comment being made by anybody, because assuming he responded, people will also attack him. Who told you to respond? We are trying to protect you. After all, many unlawful things happened under his watch, to his detriment. And the federal government of the day never called his adversary to order. The federal government never called his adversary to order. So let's forget about the faceless groups. Asari is not faceless. So the federal government is complicit.
Yeah, but he is the chief security officer of
in theory,
the state.
In theory.
He should have at least called for the arrest of Asari. At least
in terms of hierarchy, agreed. In theory, going by the constitutional provision, he is the chief security officer of the state. But in reality, President Tinubu is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. In fact, there are decisions to that effect that whenever a governor issues any lawful directive to law enforcement agents, those law enforcement agents are under obligation to carry into force such lawful directives. That's the truth. So in that case, you can argue that the governor should have at least made issued a directive to the law enforcement agents to go after Asari Dokubo. But by and large, beyond these rhetorics, the president does not need the approval of anybody to go after Asari. As I speak, to the best of my knowledge, Asari has not been apprehended. And I think there is no step being taken to apprehend him. So why do you now want the governor to suffer for a lesser sin? In that case, the president should also resign. That means we have a president who cannot activate the machinery of the state to go after an individual threatening to create a situation that will give rise to breakdown of law and order in the country. That means you fail to carry out your basic responsibility as a president, because the armed forces, they are under your control, that your beck and call. So if a state of emergency was declared in Rivers State because of the failure of the governor to condemn the statements made by faceless groups and known persons, the president should also, with due respect, resign, having also failed to go after a known individual who threatened to wreak havoc in the country. He should resign as well. What's sauce for goose is sauce for the gander. The president should also resign. So what is playing out is just purely politics and nothing more.
Let's look at that particular provisions, 305. Some provisions there. The president shall have the power to issue proclamation of a state of emergency only when a federation is at war, there is an actual breakdown of public order and public safety in the federation or any part thereof to such extent as to require extraordinary measure to restore peace and security. And there is a clear and present danger of an actual breakdown of public order and public safety in the federation or any part of thereof requiring extraordinary measures to avert such danger. This D part is what the president can hold and say he did that, because as soon as that threat was happening, everybody was quiet. But as soon as the first pipeline, the second pipeline was blown up, he needed to take action. And knowing that he has security information about what's going on, he says that, look, this man may have teleguided these people based on what his AGF said to bomb this particular pipeline. So in order to avert it, he needed to do that state of emergency.
So if, going by what you just said, then if maybe by virtue of intelligence gathering, that he has been availed of information to the effect that the governor teleguided, unless it's an allegation or suspicion, that the governor teleguided the persons who attacked the oil facilities. In other words, those individuals are known individuals, are known persons. The government is expected to go after them and hold them. I'm not removing the governor. A former president in this country once said that an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North. We have people in this country who, from information in public domain, are alleged to be sympathetic to the activities of insurgents in the Northeast geopolitical zone. Today, some of them are in corridors of power. And when they were in government, this extraordinary measure being taken present in Rivers State wasn't taken in their own case. So if you are saying that you gathered reliable information that the governor may have been complicit in what is playing out, that means the governor did not go there, to the best of my knowledge, the governor did not go there to blow those pipelines on his own. He sent some persons. If you have gathered information, why not go after those persons? Are you now saying that you cannot also go after those persons? Like using the case of Asare Kobo, who is a known individual, a traditional ruler, who threatened that this and that will happen. Why didn't you go after him? Why are you here to arrest him? At least he's a known individual.
In order for him to act and act properly, so that the activities or actions will not be at variance. You imagine you have somebody who is in the capacity of governor of that state. I mean, before you move in, you have to clear that path first in order to have a clear patch of what's going on. So the governor, that's the reason why I think that the president may have suspended him, in order to, you know, have a clean slate as to what's going on. So you don't want to go trying to arrest these people, and then you have governor also sponsoring more people who would also go and cause chaos.
And let me now ask a rhetorical question. Do you think that if of a truth that the governor's hand is in what is playing out, do you think this emergency now will now stop the criminal activities from going on? The answer is no, it will continue. After all, we had a time when the militants took up arms against the state. We also had governors in that geopolitical zone. The governors could not do anything. In other words, some of these militants may be operating on their own, independent of the influence of any third party. You don't rule that out. And let me say something. It is also still possible to declare a state of emergency without removing a governor. What is wrong with, for instance, declaring a state of emergency and then moving in soldiers into the state? Fortifying the state, maybe militarizing the state. It may not be good, but at least maybe imposing a dusk to dawn curfew, or curfew for a specified period of time, while the governor is still there as the governor of the state. It has happened in some states, but you will leave him there as executive governor, in which case, at least ceremonially, he'll be answering the name governor. But I think what played out was that this is just a case of looking for the best means through which the Fubara's issue will be attacked, or better still addressed. Because already the impeachment idea has already been mulled, and steps we are already being taken to embark on an impeachment process. But we are not ignorant of the fact that for an impeachment process to proceed, you need the support in quotes, or let me put it this way, the chief judge of the state has a vital role to play. All of a sudden, we are being told that the chief judge of the state, there is a suspected case of age falsification, which never came up all this while. So maybe they have looked at it and seen that it's very, very difficult to, have the chief judge in their camp. And if the chief judge is loyal to the governor, no problem, good and fine. We want to initiate the impeachment proceedings. There will appoint 7 persons who have proven integrity. It now depends on how you construe the word integrity in this case. But they may now appoint 7 persons who are loyal to the governor. And the law is that once those 7 persons investigate the allegation leveled against the governor, and it is discovered that the governor did not commit any impeachable offense, that's how the impeachment procedure will fail. So, having gone after the governor, the lawmakers loyal to the weakest camp, having gone after the chief judge of the state, having embarked on a line of action geared towards intimidating the chief judge, it shows to a great extent that the chief judge of the state may be in good terms politically with the governor, or better state that I read from one platform that he's a disinterested chief judge, that he's a man of integrity from what I heard, in which case he may decide actually to appoint persons of proven integrity to look into the impeachment allegation, in which case he may not be willing to do the bidding of the pro-Wike camp. And having taken a look at that particular development, the best option would have been to do what the president just did, to get Fubara removed at all costs. I bet you the facts of this present case does not justify what Mr. President did. It does not in any manner whatsoever justify what the president did. This is just a case of Mr. President aligning with the FCT minister, probably in levying what has been referred to as proxy war in Rivers State. And by that proxy war, there is this belief in some unofficial circles that Mr. Fubara is loyal to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. That's even the main problem he's facing, that not what we are witnessing in Rivers State, that the main problem has to do with issue of loyalty. That Mr. Fubara is loyal politically to Atiku Abubakar. So there's a proxy war going on in Rivers State, in which case Mr. President is using the FCT minister in levying that war. That is what is playing now. So the facts of the case, we have witnessed instances whereby there was near breakdown of law and order in some states. Yet, no state of emergency was declared in such states. Even when militancy was in top gear under the watch of former presidents Obasanjo and Yar'Adua, the governors of those states weren't removed. But in this instance, all of a sudden, and unfortunately, after we must have made a whole lot of noise, this whole issue will die off naturally. And I can tell you, don't be the prophet of doom, but Fubara is gone. He's not coming back again. This is the first half, or the first part of the first half we are witnessing. Having declared this state of emergency, Fubara is not coming back.
What about the role of the National Assembly? How does it work in our constitution? Before you declare a state of emergency, do you ratify it by the National Assembly before you pronounce it? Or do you announce it and then send the documents to National Assembly? How does it work?
The first step is that the announcement, the proclamation will be made. That's the first thing. You made the proclamation by way of official gazette and then formally write the National Assembly. So the proclamation has to come first.
So when you pronounce,
yes,
does it take effect? Because some persons say that the National Assembly have to ratify or have to approve. So if the National Assembly doesn't, what happens?
Once you make the proclamation, it takes effect a bit on an inchoate basis. Inchoate in the sense that the declaration may become aborted halfway within a space of 2 days. Let me explain. After the proclamation must have been made, and then the official notification made to the National Assembly. If the National Assembly is in session, they are expected within a period of 48 hours, or better still, 2 days, to look into it, in which case, at least 2/3 majority of the members of each houses of the National Assembly will ratify it. If you don't get this requisite support from the National Assembly, the Senate and House of Reps, within a space of 2 days, if they are in session, that will be the end of it. The what's it called? The declaration of emergency will come to an end.
Within 48 hours?
48 hours. If the National Assembly is not in session, then it will lapse within 10 days. If within 10 days, the National Assembly is not convened by the respective leaders, being the Senate, President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Reps, for this ratification or otherwise to take place, automatically the declaration will also become null and void, in which case it will not be as if nothing happened. Now, if the National Assembly should be convened and the requisite majority is not gotten, that also will give rise to the cessation of the proclamation made. But the question is this: we do respect some persons who may be living up to expectation as lawmakers at the federal level. In your estimation, if I should ask you, do you think the National Assembly will do anything in this regard? Already, the Senate President met with the FCT Minister some hours ago, going by the news, which we are veiled in some reputable national dailies. Some of us may not know the content of, or better still, the ambit of the discussion they had. But if you should apply common sense, it may not be far from what we play out in the coming hours. We have seen situations whereby during the case of voice vote, those in favor say aye, those against say nay. The nays may be higher in number, still the ayes will have their way. So we may end up having a rowdy National Assembly today, if they decide to convene a listing today, after which they will still have their. Believe me, Fubara is gone.
When you say Fubara is gone, are you saying, because you say you're not a prophet of doom, are you saying that even after the first 6 months as pronounced by the president, that if things are cool, that the democratically elected state governor would lose his seat like that until the tenure finishes in the next 2 years?
Things will never be cool again in Rivers State. Because what the president will most likely tell you, by the time we get to the 5th month, going to the 6th, he will not tell you that from information available, from intelligence gathered from reliable security outfits, that there are plans to unleash mayhem in the state, in which case another 6 months will be another extension of 6 months.
He keeps doing that until 2 years?
Along the way, some other thing will play out. Maybe they may decide they may fortify the House for Assembly members. Mind you, the issue of the legality of the defection of the lawmakers is still in court, and judgment has been reserved. Maybe when judgment has been delivered, if it goes against them, they may not go on appeal. If they win on appeal, then maybe what's it called, state of emergency could be terminated, because it can be terminated halfway. Even if ratified, for instance, if ratified by the National Assembly, they can along the line convene a meeting of the National Assembly and say, okay, that going by the circumstances of this particular emergency situation in this state, that the situation has improved, we are hereby revoking that declaration made. In which case, once the camp of Wike has fortified themselves, while working hand in glove with Mr. President, they can quickly liaise the National Assembly. Of course, Abado is their man. They will reconvene a seat of National Assembly, terminate the emergency declaration. By then, they may now move in law enforcement agents into the state, commence impeachment proceedings. By then, they may have had enough time even to deal with the chief judge of the state if he's posing a stumbling block to them. This will be the time for them to fix many things politically before they will now formally impeach him. So I know what I'm telling you, Fubara is not coming back as the governor again. Fubara is not coming back as...
But are you saying that he will not step into the government house anymore? He will not assume office? If you nullify the state of emergency, he assumes, this is the seat of the governor, of the state.
Yes.
So at what point do you think that they will start planning and then impeach him, and then does it happen within a day or 2 days?
From my own calculation, I said something earlier. Plans are now being made to do away with the current chief judge. The allegation of age falsification is now being raised. The members of the bar in River State some hours ago took a stance on this issue. Now, this period of emergency will be an avenue for them to harmonize their own camp, those who are against the governor. Don't also be surprised that may have a situation whereby they may even look for the governor's kinsman who will replace him. Before this emergency, before the declaration of this emergency, issues were already being raised about the possibility of impeaching the governor and his deputy, in which case the speaker will now become the acting governor. From experience and from what has happened in Nigeria in time past, of my own political calculation, I may be wrong, but that's my own position. They most likely will want to replace Fubara with another kinsman of his. Assuming you want to remove Fubara and then put another person from a different ethnic group, it will pose a problem. But this is now time for them to harmonize everything, look for an alternative from the ethnic group, so that once they now project the person, Fubara's camp will now be divided. In which case, it will now be a case of whichever way it goes, there is still the same Ijaw people that are in government. And once that happens, Fubara may no longer enjoy massive support from his own ethnic group. That's the sad reality in Nigeria, that we still play politics of ethnicity, but that's the reality on ground.
Well, how is it even possible? Because the deputy is not from there, the speaker is not from there. So how would they do to get somebody to... The speaker
will just be an acting... the speaker will be an acting governor. He may decide to resign, just like what played out in Lagos State. The speaker may be an acting governor, because before a plan of this nature has been executed, certain factors must have been put in place. That is why you should be wondering why some people, some political leaders, some House of Assembly members from the same place with Fubara, they are in Wike's camp. They are still with Wike. There may be some interest they are protecting. Let me give you an example with what played out in Lagos State. Ordinarily, after Obasa was impeached, once you are impeached as a speaker, you can only come back again upon being re-elected by your colleagues. Unless if the impeachment happens to be nullified by a court of law. They went to court. Along the line, political compromise was reached. What happened? The then Speaker Miranda resigned. Her deputy also resigned. The members now re-elected. He was re-elected. No, this is Nigeria, where all things are possible. So don't be surprised that a situation may arise in which, for instance, because initially I thought that only Fubara would be impeached. Maybe I heard that Fubara and his deputy will be impeached. That's when I said, look at the match that is about playing out. Both the governor and deputy governor will be impeached. The speaker will become an acting governor. He will resign along the line. Maybe his deputy may not be an Ijaw man. Maybe I'm deputy, the second in command. I wouldn't know the second in command as the deputy speaker. I don't know where he hails from. The deputy speaker of the University House of Assembly. If he's of the Ijaw ethnic stock, upon the speaker now becoming the acting governor, automatically he becomes the speaker. That deputy becomes the speaker. Upon becoming the speaker, tomorrow you may wake up to hear that Amehule has resigned. If Amehule resigns as acting governor, immediately he resigns, this other speaker now becomes the acting governor, in which case Amehule may now be made the chief of staff to the governor. Or he may go back to become the speaker again. They may now re-elect him as the speaker. Or he becomes the chief of staff. So there are plans on ground to ensure that Fubara does not return as governor of River State.
He may only succeed in coming back for just a few weeks, after which this is now time for them to hash their plans very well. A woman from the Joy, one of the leaders from the Joy ethnic group, a woman, I've forgotten her name, she said that there is proxy war going on in River State. And that assertion is this proxy war playing out. This is just beyond the issue of Fubara week. No, there is proxy war going on in the state.
So what options are left for somebody like Fubara? Because, I mean, like the point you made earlier about the fact that Fubara is loyal to Atiku, and Atiku really has no stake. Of course, everybody's looking at 2027 for the meantime. And the president, seeing what's going on, would listen to his minister because he has been with him and he knows how important Rivers is. And Wike would have also said that, look, if you don't go this route, forget Rivers. And Rivers was one of the states that gave him some votes to become president because he lost woefully in the South, South, and Southeast, you know, in the last election. So Rivers State is one of the swing states. So when you look at the whole scenario, it does look like Fubara is playing a very bad politics. Or maybe he was just caught in the wings of these issues. Because again, what is that thing that Wike is telling the president that Fubara cannot tell the president? If Fubara decides today, I'm defecting to the APC, I think all of these things will change. Don't you think so?
I think it's already late in the day. It's already late. With due respect to Fubara, he didn't play his game very well as a politician. And I've noticed something. You know, some of these political godfathers, they normally look for those who are not conversant with the intricacies of political battle, while making them their successors. Whenever issue of succession comes up, they prefer those who they can easily
manipulate,
who they can easily bully politically. Just imagine a scenario whereby someone like Oizokalo was made a successor to Nyesom Wike. What is playing out will never happen. So Nyesom Wike must have studied the person of Fubara before making him his successor. That is the reality. Because believe you me, if it had been some other persons, no matter who Nyesom Wike is, those 27 lawmakers will no longer be loyal to him. Yeah. Even without firing a shot. Let me give you one example. You know, I heard that there are moves being made to recall Senator Natasha Abuti, which is a sad one. But this is one of the steps Fubara should have taken a long time ago.
To defect? No,
not to defect. To make moves to recall some of those lawmakers. You look for those who are not strong-willed. Amongst them, there are those who are very stubborn. There are those who you know are not all that very rigid. You approach their people, even starting from the person's kinsman, rather. Look for a strong driver, just like what we are told from Radio Without Battery Source, if I should use that expression, that part of the reason behind the emergence of Wike as governor of River State had to do with the need by the then President Jonathan to look for a strong driver that could checkmate the then governor of River State in the person of Rotimi Amaechi. That they were like, who is the person that can handle this man very well? And they looked for. That's how Wike became the better option to handle Amaechi very well. Likewise, Fubara should have looked for a very stubborn fellow from the camps or from the communities of these lawmakers who are not loyal to them, with a promise that, look, if you're able to recall this man, you will take over from him. Anything that you need, just let me know. I will release the funds. River State is an oil-rich state. Admittedly, the funds of River State should be used for the betterment of the plight of the Rivers people. In which case, if you start using the funds in living political battle, the people will suffer, agreed. But now, politically speaking, by the time you plant rivals in their camps, then they will now have issues to be contending with. As they are following Wike in Abuja, they will also be back home trying to save their seats. Before you know it, 1 or 2 or 3 persons who are not all that courageous may be tempted to join your own camp. Secondly, but I'm just giving instances, without firing a single shot, you can call the kinsmen or some of these people and tell them, look, call your son to order. If you don't call your son to order, you know, we are here to serve River State, and we acquire your family land for variety public purpose to build hospitals and schools for River State. You have 2 options. Call your son to order. Let him stop disturbing this government.
What if he has done all of those things? Well, it's impossible that all these things would have played out.
He didn't do it. We didn't hear about any moves made by the governor to have anybody recall governor's camp. It never happened.
No, not like recall all these gestures that you are saying. Like, look, call your son to order. If he refuses this and that, you know, a subtle threat.
Such never happened.
even this type of battle, you don't even go after Yeson Wike. No, going after him be mere waste of time because he's a strong individual. Go after his supporters. Don't even kill anybody. I'm against that one, but go after his supporters. Anytime he enters River State, anybody that welcomes him will be in trouble. Anybody that welcomes him, so that whenever a man comes back, he'll be alone with his convoy. But you know, Fubara, before then, has always been a civil servant, trying to be a good boy, just like Goodluck Jonathan, with due respect to him as a father. Are you telling me that if someone like Oyeso Kalo was the president of Nigeria, that he wouldn't have won his second term? He would have. Oyeso Kalo's candidate was in prison custody, and yet he won the person that was outside in 2007. It's happened. So they know what they do. They normally look for those that are weak. Because if you put a very stubborn individual there, he will be on the run. He will not allow an incumbent governor, no matter who you are. No matter who you, but you know, Fubara will say peace, peace, peace. In life, for there to be peace, there will be war. Even God, immediately Satan wanted to rival him. He sent him packing. God sent Satan packing. In politics, in governance, you don't, especially a person the character of the FCT minister. You know, you don't play with him with levity. The tiger in you should be activated. You should go after him. He will be on the run. But you know, he must have assessed the person of Fubara before making him the governor of River State. That this I speak, no matter how strong I am, one day we meet a rival or even rivals. So some are saying that Wike is this and that. Wike is a human being. Wike is not God. It's only God that you cannot defeat. Even if you dine and wine with the devil, it's not only one person that wines and dine with the devil. There are others who also wine and dine with the devil. You meet them, they all go and you go and wine and dine there together. He will leave you, let you be. That is the reality. I'll give you a very good example. Oyeso Kalo. Even when Obasanjo, an ex-military man, was the president, they couldn't bully him. Then Obasanjo will set up his own panel of inquiry to indict his candidates. He will also activate the constitutional provisions. He will set up his own panel of inquiry and also indict Obasanjo's candidates. These things happened. And I remember then there was this cartoon. They now brought the two reports before a judge, and the judge was confused because if you should enforce this one, you should also enforce this one. So he didn't play his game well. And a governor of an oil-rich state, for that matter, having allegedly been in political romance with Atiku Abubakar, he should have pushed further in using northern politicians, in mounting serious pressure on the president politically. By now, the National Assembly should be hot. By now, before now, he should have influenced the northern politicians to hijack the business of the National Assembly, in which case the lawmaking activities of the River State House will now be transferred, in which Ababio seat will even be threatened. You know, trust Northerners, they have the wherewithal to do that. Yeah. They will make that seat ungovernable for Ababio. The choice will now be either for him to comply or they will remove him. Just imagine mobilizing the likes of Ali Dume and others. They will not be after the Senate president. No, the choice will be his either to leave that reverse issue or to lose his position. But you know, what's the meaning of Fubara is character, peace, peace, peace, all the time peace. Personally, I don't preach peace always. I don't even preach peace always. At times, it is war. After war, we'll now go to the negotiation table. So it happens even here in ENUGU, it happens everywhere. I don't want to use myself, but let me give myself. There was a time, I know this their interparty advisory council. One young man, because the governor empowered him, he still seeing 1 naira. He now woke up one morning, maybe to test the microphone, as we say it in common parlance. I warned him. He capitulated. Thereafter, he woke up again. Maybe the thing that was beating that music for him woke him up. He came for the second time. I took up the issue. I will not tell you how everybody. The man, he ran away till today. He ran away till today.
Right.
He's a lawyer. The person, he ran away till today. All this the IPAC, interparty advice, he ran away till today. So, but if you are the type, the way people used to run around him and that, so we say that he's this. He can manipulate whoever he wants to. So there are those you don't manipulate, whether physically or spiritually. You don't manipulate them. So the governor, with due respect, is too soft.
There's a point you just made now that's quite interesting. The North, because they have the numbers in the Senate, they also have the numbers in the House of Reps, and they would need, the National Assembly. The president would need the National Assembly to ratify what he has done in Rivers. So in order to block that, the North would also be looking at the fact that this man hasn't done us well in the last 2 years. So this is another way of also talking to him and saying, look, you can't do anything just anyhow. Do you see that playing out in the National Assembly today?
Let's wait and see. A few hours time, the whole thing will play out. You know, the whole. But of course, I foresee a rowdy sitting today.
We already saw a rowdy session yesterday.
That's first half. The main thing will happen today.
And today is the final day.
Exactly.
Second half has to happen.
The second half will take place today. So let's wait and see what happens. But definitely, they may have their way. They will most likely have their way. But it will not be a funny one. And most importantly, if Fubara, because despite the fact that he enjoys the support of some northern political elites, there are still some steps you are expected to take. You know, there are some moves you are expected to make politically to ensure that that your house is in order. It's just like at times when people talk about opposition politics without money is bound to suffer severe challenges. But if you have a strong opposition figure with enough bullion van, anything needed to do whatever. For instance, assuming there will be dollar rain today, assuming it's an assumption, and you don't have your own dollar rain in favor of your camp, some of your members may say, I will not it's not being in order that I will eat today. Now let me collect something. Let me collect something from these people. But assuming dollar rain is coming from both sides, which is an unfortunate one, but we're talking about what obtains in Nigerian political terrain.
There must be dollar rain.
Then the battle will now be on a level playing ground, in which case they may even succeed in frustrating the emergency declaration made. But if they succeed in doing that, they are not yet done with Fubara. These men will go back again. The battle will resume as well.
If Fubara decides to defect to the APC, more like showing loyalty, changing his loyalty to President Tinubu, does it change anything for you?
It doesn't change anything because I think, Wike claims to be in PDP, but he practices what some of us refer to as agada crazy. Agada means you are here and here. Wike is in APC and his P, so he has already occupied APC. So some people will say there's no vacancy in Aso Rock, there's no vacancy in Lion Building. So Wike's camp, they are announcing that there's no vacancy in APC. So I don't think the ground is now fertile for Fubara to move into APC. If not, APC would have been the best option. But the FCT minister is a serving minister in this government. I believe he has enormous influence. He has enormous influence in the APC. He has upper hand in the APC above Fubara. So he knows all these things. Ordinarily, he will say, let me join. And already, he maintains closer, when I mean he, Wike maintains closer political relationship with Mr. President. So it will be as good as impossible for the president to now turn around overnight to accord political attention to the governor, to the detriment of the FCT minister. I think it's already late in the day. It's not something he can do at this juncture.
How dangerous is this democratically? I mean, if we allow this to play out the way it has, given the reasons that the president has given, how dangerous generally do you think it will be? I mean, this is not a military rule, and it doesn't feel like one. But then we're seeing some things happen that it feels like it's something that reminiscent of what we would see under military regimes. So about how dangerous it is to our democratic setting, because everybody has condemned it. The opposition is screaming, MBA has shouted, PDP governors have shouted. In fact, some APC governors, none of them have actually even said anything, because I'm not sure that if somebody wakes up tomorrow in the name of the president and says that they have been suspended, they would like it, even if you are with the APC party of some sort. So tell me how dangerous it is generally for our democratic setting.
It is very, very dangerous, extremely dangerous. With due respect to Mr. President, this line of action he told is a very dangerous line of action, because he's even indirectly and unwittingly inviting the military back. Because now you now have a naval personnel as the acting governor of Rivers State. His colleagues will be admiring him. Say, wow, this man. Now that this man is at the helm of affairs, don't you think it would be better for us to just come in entirely and then, say that we want to salvage the country? Because Rivers State is an oil-rich state. It's a very dangerous precedent that the president is setting. One, the president is even threatening his own stay in office. Because now bringing a military, a member of the armed forces close to the seat of power again, you are indirectly now, luring his colleagues. Most especially now that you have a situation whereby in the neighboring African countries, you now have clamor for regime change through extra constitutional means taking place. And now you are creating room for undemocratic leaders to assume the mantle of leadership in some terrains. Secondly, governors are not the appointees of the Mr. President. So waking up one morning to declare state of emergency, and also while doing that, making a unilateral decision, removing a democratically elected governor, and also even suspending democratically elected House of Assembly members, even though they may be loyal to your camp. It shows that you can also wake up tomorrow and just say something that I've gotten a security report that so-and-so governor, that so-and-so governor is complicit in so that there are plans to attack so-and-so state. You will now remove the governor. It is a very dangerous one. And that's why even the governors of the APC, they should, in their own interest, they should kick against what played out in Rivers State. Otherwise, if you fail to kick against it, if you fail to question it, tomorrow you will wake up. I'm even talking about Oris Okalo. Imagine Obasanjo never even did it, because otherwise Obasanjo would have woken up one morning to say, I hereby declare a state of emergency. Yes. In this case, President Tinubu has gone further in taking a unilateral decision in removing a democratically elected governor of his state under the guise of making a proclamation for a state of emergency in the state. So it's a dangerous one. Assuming, I'm able to say that, to the best of my knowledge, the enormity of violence in Rivers State has not gotten to that level in which any rational thinking member of the society who is dispassionate will say of a truth, the situation on ground warrants that there should be this declaration. We are humans, despite the sentiments we may harbor. There are things you may see in Rivers State and say, oh, no. Despite fact that some persons may not be comfortable with, but you say the situation on ground necessitates the declaration of a state of emergency. But in this case, nothing substantial has happened. You just woke up one morning and they made a declaration of a state of emergency. It doesn't work that way. It's antithetical to the letters and spirit of the Nigerian Constitution. And it's detrimental to the growth of our nation, democratically. And that's why some of us will speak out against it, no matter whose ox is God. Because if you condone it today, tomorrow it will work against you. It is very, very, very, very wrong. You should have declared it while even the governor, even the House of Assembly members, you can even declaration they are hereby ordered. All executive activities suspended. All executive activities. All legislative activities suspended. You can even say, by virtue of necessity, the National Assembly can invoke one provision. It's hereby ordered to take over legislative activities of the state for the time being, for a period of 6 months in the first instance. Because the law allows the National Assembly in some circumstances to be making law for a state. Because of the situation on ground, because of the impasse, political impasse, National Assembly take over, the governor just now remain a ceremonial, but at least you remain a ceremonial governor. That would be more manageable. But suspending the governor entirely for 6 months and then bringing in a personnel of the armed forces, I wish the nation good luck. But I just hope we are not trying to, bring the khaki boys back to power, because that's what the president is indirectly trying to do. So, because others may ask him questions, say, oh boy, this 6 months is like you enjoy it. Like during the COVID-19 era, I heard that the NSDC people, there's this cartoon that say, you really enjoy the resources everywhere. Say 6 months, shouldn't we pray for more emergencies to be declared? Or can't we even declare emergency across the country so we'll take over? Even if it's just 6 months. It's possible. We should rule it out.
So how does the state run? When you suspend the governor and the deputy and then the House of Assembly, now that there's a sole administrator who has been sworn in, does the commissioner still stay? Does he work with the commissioners? Does he appoint people who will work with him? Does he appoint a deputy, a second in command? How does it run in the next 6 months? He's
a sole administrator. He's a law unto himself. It's only the constitution it's only the judiciary that has been left, in which case cases could be sent to court. Cases will be entertained. No House for Assembly. It's as good as he will now be ruling by what are referred to as quasi decrees, at his whims and caprices. That's the implication, sole administrator, at his whims and caprices.
I mean, not even commissioners, not even.
No, where would there be a commissioner when a commissioner stay in office is dependent on the stay of his boss in office. Upon the cessation of office of a commissioner of a governor, automatically all his political appointees
are gone with him.
Only that because there are laws made previously by the House of Assembly, those previous laws are to be carried into force to a great extent by the administrator. As far as the issue of governance is concerned, why marrying same with his own personal decisions? For laws that have to do with the affairs of private individuals, you will not have much problem there. The ones that may pose a source of worry has to do with laws that may have political undertones, political implications, in which case his decisions will now override those laws because he's not acting based on the mandate of the people. He's acting based on his being empowered sequel to an extraordinary situation, because the state of emergency is expected to be declared when there is an extraordinary circumstance, an intervening factor that makes it difficult for the normal democratic system to continue being in existence. In which case, as I said earlier, to a great extent, he will govern the state at his own whims and caprices.
Wow.
No budget. He's not going to work with the budget.
I heard that they're going to release allocation to him. So what about payment of salaries? What about,
he will be doing that.
The meetings of government and government officials? Like
the only government
meetings that happen during government of officials.
He will only meet with whoever he wants to meet with. The only though he's going, civil servants, they enjoy, of course, civil servants are safe. Like the accountant general is a statutory office. He cannot be, accountant general cannot be removed from, he still remains accountant general because his office is statutorily protected. In which case, issues borrowing, for instance, on payment of salaries. Once funds are released, they will ensure that salaries are paid. He will liaise with the accountant general to ensure that the business of governance is carried on smoothly in the state. But he will liaise with whoever he wants to liaise with, subject to his taking instruction from the president, because the president appointed him. He's an appointee of the president.
Wow.
So he's going to be taking instructions from the president directly.
So the president might also tell him to appoint few persons who will assist him as a cabinet meetings and all those things.
The president may give him free hand and say, "Oga, you are free. You can appoint whoever you want." Or you can say, "Appoint Wike's younger brother as the commissioner for Fubara's affairs. Appoint him. We appoint him." Just not even not commissioner, because commissioner has, for you to be a commissioner, for one to be a commissioner, the appointment has to be ratified by the House of Assembly. Now that you no longer have the House of Assembly, special advisors, those ones, they don't need ratification by the legislative arm of government. So he can now appoint special advisors on intergovernmental affairs, special advisors on infrastructure development, special advisors on youth and sports. Then the various ministries will now, the various MDAs, the various permanent secretaries will now be in charge of the various ministries. They will also enjoy for these 6 months. They may be happy because the commissioners are no longer there to be exercising oversight function over their activities. So some may even run to the governor to show him that we are going to work well with you, or we are going to assist you so that everything is going on smoothly. So that is it. He will be taking instructions from the president. He's an appointee of the president. He's accountable to the president.
To run a state.
But of a truth, whenever you talk about state of emergency, by the appellation emergency is an extraordinary situation. The only thing is that the problem with this one has to do with the fact that a sitting governor was removed. It's possible he can declare state of emergency, something like martial law. You just be there answering ceremonial governor. But every other thing, the president may even decide to withdraw your security aids if you believe that they pose a problem to the implementation of the policies geared towards ensuring that there is safety of lives and property in the state. Martial law, extraordinary measure, maybe dusk to dawn curfew. In fact, if you are going to church, don't spend more than 2 hours in church, or don't spend more than 1 hour. Your message is the preaching. Don't preach about bad governance. Just for the time being, hold on. We want to ensure that there is law and order in the state because of the situation. Some extraordinary measures could be taken. If you discover, for instance, there are people are making use of internet facilities in communicating one another and spreading false news in the state, you can order the telecommunications companies to shut down services in the state so that people in the state cannot. Just like what happened in Zamfara State, when under the watch of in Buhari, there was a time they had to shut down telecommunication facilities in the state so that bandits couldn't communicate with one another in the state. These are extraordinary measures, something akin to the operation of the doctrine of necessity, to ensure that the situation on ground is managed. So he's accountable. And believe you me, in as much as it is very, very dangerous, and it's inherently dangerous to appoint a member of the armed forces to head the government under a democratic climb. If this administrator is a kind-hearted human being, he's in a better position to affect the lives of many rivers people positively, because there are no barriers placed on his way in carrying into force the business of governance. Yeah. He does not need to lobby any House of Assembly member to do whatever he wants to do.
Go straight and do
at his own whims and caprices. He can wake up tomorrow morning and decide to say that we are constructing 500 roads in River State. We have the money. They embark on reckless construction of roads. He can say we want to reduce the school fees of River State students by 70%. We have enough money in this state. He will do at his whims and caprices. He doesn't need to consult anybody. He only needs to consult Mr. President, who appointed him, who can also wake up tomorrow and say that having discovered that
things are cool,
yes, or that he's not living up to expectations, that we wish to remove him and replace him with another person. I hereby remove him and replace him with another person. Or having eaten for first half 3 months, let me bring in another person to enjoy for the rest of the 6 months time frame, being time frame of 3 months.
Wow. Barrister, many thanks for your insights. It's been one full hour of fantastic discussions as it relates to the Rivers conundrum. We'll keep an eye on that and, of course, bring you on when another thing develops. Thank you so much for your time.
It's my pleasure.
We've been speaking to Barrister C.D. Ogbe. He is a barrister who has given us the legal implications of what has happened in Rivers State. Of course, it's still a developing story. Ibas has just taken over office to become the sole administrator of Rivers State for the initial period of 6 months. We're still awaiting the ratification. The National Assembly is going to be sitting today. Today is going to be the last day of the 24 hours left, 48 hours left for the ratification. Whether it will go through or not, it's left to be seen. So it's fingers crossed. Thank you for watching. We're back shortly after this break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every day at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. This is Signature Morning on Signature TV, and we're still on Rivers State Conundrum. We would speaking to Aminu Kalgo. He is a barrister, is located in Birnin Kebbi, Kebbi State. He will give us an insight into what he feels and possibly talk to us about what even the northern zone feels about this particular constitutional issue, because again there are so many constitutional problems that this has also brought forward. Let's welcome Barrister Aminu Kalgo. He's a legal practitioner. Good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. My pleasure to be here.
Aminu Kalgo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. My pleasure to be on the program.
I don't know how you received the news of this development. Can you speak to how you received the news and what your first reaction was and what you think are the implications of what the president did a few days ago?
Well, I was not different from the larger public in the nation. It was really an unexpected move by the government, because it just came as so sudden and abrupt that to hear that the state of emergency was declared on River State. Yes, but still one should remember that really in River State there is a conundrum, as you rightly, observed, because the government there is not in effect on ground. There is a great rift between the executive and the legislature. And it is a state without, an appropriation bill, a state without elected local government chairman, and there are direct orders of the Supreme Court that the allocation of the state should not be paid anymore by the. So I don't think there is a simple fix for the program, and the federal government in its ingenuity feel that state of emergency would be a way to solve that problem. So in a nutshell, this is what the nation was abreast of, and I'm not different to take the shock.
Think of the general legal implications, because again, a whole lot of persons have said the president did not follow due process. Some others also think that what has happened in Rivers State with the bombing of the pipeline doesn't warrant to suspension of the Constitution.
Let's go for break. Cut the show.
Yes, you see the law is there, and this law for declaration of state of emergency is predicated upon facts on ground. And the section is very clear under section 3, listed items that can form that the circumstances, fact that may lead to declaration of state of emergency. Yes, these are where there is disruption in public order and safety is one of the reasons that state of emergency could be declared. But at the same time, if you look at subsection D of sub 3, it can be also where there is an imminent threat of danger. So to avert such danger, state of emergency could also be proclaimed. So the difference that the various legal commentators are having is not regarding about the procedural, mostly not about the procedure, but rather the assessment of the fact. Which fact warrants the proclamation of what? Of this state of emergency. And well, I have seen several opinions, particularly the MBA too was of the opinion that there is no situation on ground to warrant that. But in my humble opinion, really, River State is in a quagmire, because when you have a state without, the allocation from FAC, which normally is the lifeline of the states regarding everything of that states, regarding its health, its education, all. There's a direct order of the Supreme Court that it should be halted until and unless there is what? A proper appropriation bill. And the parties there, the governor and the are not willing. They have failed to consider the best interests of their citizens to come and have that appropriation bill running, and also to have elected local government chairmen, so that these monies that are due to River State will keep on following. So I think that is a threat. It's a great threat to peace, because that state cannot continue when the allocation is not there from the federal government. And also federal government, it's two choices that now are for the federal government and opted to this, because what we are agitating, people are commenting. If that allocation is not going to the River State, it will also generate a lot of issues. So in my opinion, humble opinion, I believe that Section 305, sub 3D, has a clear statement where the federal government can have reason to declare this state of emergency. And for reference, I will want to read what it said. It says, it can be proclaimed where there is a clear and present danger of an actual breakdown of public order and public safety in the Federation or any part thereof, requiring extraordinary measures to avert such danger, requiring extraordinary measures to avert that danger. And now, since the executive and the legislature cannot see eye to eye to pass even the appropriation bill, and cannot see eye to eye to even set the election of the local governments in motion, where there is already a judgment of the Supreme Court that said no allocations of local government will go to them unless there are elected officials. So to me, in my humble opinion, I believe this could be a very good ground for doing it. I know that a lot will have, but when you look at it, it's not an easy thing for just the government to continue when you don't have an operational government on the ground.
Some persons have also faulted that there's not much that has been done. I mean, there was no obvious threats to, the safety of properties and lives in River State. The reasons why the president said that he's going straight to suspending the government of River State. For you, as someone who is watching on the hindsight, do you think that's more to this particular move by the president than just keeping the peace in River State?
The president is apart from being our president, is a political leader, and you all know that politics is about allegiances, and by nature, the rules of engagement of politicians is about loyalty, and also is partisan. So definitely the president, when you look at it, he would have his own way of looking at things when you want to consider those partisan effects. But I think what we need to consider is what are the effects, the major effects, because politicians will have their own way in trying to play by the rules of engagement of their profession. Because now when you have the Minister of FCT, is not a secret. Everyone knows that he is from another party, that is the PDP. And all the same, the government have given him a position in this government of APC, and his connection and position regarding the current governor of River State is well known, that there is a great rivalry between them. But to be honest, you see what the federal government did affects all, because the members of the House of Assembly of River States, this position taken by the federal government affect them as it affects the executive governor of River State as well. I remember some time back, when the judgment was delivered, we had an interview here. I said, well, what the politicians need to do then, we should not take our eyes from them. They should have the interests of their people at mind, no matter the rivalry. The rivalry, partisan rivalry, is just there for them to, as a way, it's not an end in itself for the politicians. It is just a means to an end. Because when the politicians are there, they are there to serve and get their people the betterment of life and what have you. So, but they become blinded if now they have succumbed and they were able to broker a deal and have an appropriation bill already and have an election coming. Nothing will stop them from continuing with their partisan rivalry, which will always be there. So to me, I think we should not underlook the effect that cutting off the lifeline of a state can cause in a particular state, because a lot of agitations may rise up. And when, maintaining schools, maintaining hospitals and what have you has started to become an issue, then definitely public safety and public order would be disrupted.
Right. What for you is a general feeling of the North regarding this development? We understand that today the National Assembly would either approve what the president did or not approve it. And largely because of the fact that the North has the numbers, they might decide not to, accede to what the president did. Do you think the North, would support what the president has done through their representatives in the National Assembly? Do you see that play out? Even though APC has the largest number, we've seen from some persons in other quarters who have said that they don't really support. There were divided, opinions in the state House of Assembly across the states in the North and even at the federal level. Do you see the National Assembly ratifying what the president did, or do you see them not approving it?
To me, I think it is not a regional thing, because when you look at it, even in the North, you find that there are states that have PDP governors, and there are states that have, APC government. But this is a home call for APC, which is the party of the president. If APC, the president, have done his homework well with their majority, I think with that, the only thing is 2/3 majority is needed, which entails that definitely they will have to venture and have others that are across the other parties and what have you to ensure that they got the needed votes in both the Senate and the House of Representatives for this, for a resolution giving effect to the declaration already made by the president. And actually, as you pointed out, today is the last day. So I don't think the issue of River State has a direct, a direct reference to the North as a region, because this is something that has to do with another state, not something that affects the North, maybe in its own, ideas or way of life, or anything that have direct bearing to maybe the cultural disposition of the North. So with that, I don't see it as mainly something that the North can have a regional point of view when it comes to that matter. But I think it is something that, if allowed, every member will go with his conscience And if on the other part, allegiance to party is brought to bear, then we will see a vote in the House of Assembly taking the, partisan reflection of the House of the National Assembly.
All right. So many persons have also faulted bringing in militarizing the states, and bringing in the sole administrator to run the state. What we have seen in West Africa these days, where military have taking over some democratic governments. At the last count, we were counting like 4 of them since 2021 up until this moment. I mean, you would think that a country like Nigeria that is also in that sub-region would be careful with, inviting military. Do you think that opening a door to the military in Rivers State would be, one thing that we may most likely regret later?
Understandably, our neighbors, what had happened had been, it has been a concern for Nigeria for a long time. But when you look at the issue in Nigeria now, what we have is an elected government in Rivers State. And these are politicians to the core. And before we start pointing finger to, other sides, who had brought us to the level, these are politicians elected and have electorates. And they are the ones that have stagnated the government for the simple reason of taking their partisan rivalry too far, to the extent that they do not have an appropriation bill to work with, and they are on the brink of not having the lifeline of the state, that is their allocation. So it's good to point fingers, but the politicians have created, particularly in River State, were the ones who have shown, this is a failure, and this failure could only be attributed to the politicians themselves. The self-blame could not just be taken and thrown to, the military or what have you. So that's what brought us here. And by declaration of the state of emergency, I think the president invoked a clear position, a clear provision of the Constitution. So it will be, an injustice to even consider it with where you have a coup d'etat, which you find it operating. No constitution allows for takeover of force. But all the insinuations that this may be an invitation and what have you, well, are we now trying to say that the Constitution have given, contains some things that allow for a procedure that seems to invite, a takeover by the military? So I think with the strength of our democracy in Nigeria, I believe it's well-footed, counting almost since 1999, and with the level of our electorates, I believe Nigeria is going to forge ahead as a political democracy. That said, I know others, there are a lot of legal luminaries, including the Nigerian Bar Association, who interpreted that state of emergency does not warrant appointing a military officer to take over. But whatever preposition one may have, those who argue on the other side are saying this is a measure, extraordinary measure. When I read that section, you said requiring extraordinary measure. So extraordinary measure to put things back may necessitate having a military administrator. That is the argument on the other side. So what I envisage, if by the end of today, maybe the federal government got its way, within the 6 months, I believe the Rivers State will have an appropriation bill. And even before the appropriation bill, the federal government will have reason to release the monthly allocations for running of the affairs of River State. And also, maybe within the 6 months, proper arrangement for election for the local government can be assigned. I believe this may send signal also to the politicians that such things may not happen in Nigeria again, seeing the danger it poses of having a state of emergency.
So, do you think this can be challenged in the Nigerian courts? Do you think somebody like Fubara or even the State House of Assembly members can challenge these processes or these actions that the president has taken in court?
Absolutely. We are a democracy. Whoever is aggrieved, the Nigerian courts are there for him to see how it goes. Definitely, the opportunity to approach our courts in a democracy is guaranteed. So absolutely.
Okay, so going forward, what do you see, what do you envisage that will play out in the coming days or in the coming months? Because we also understand that the declaration might also be truncated if at the end of the day, the two warring parties sheath their sword and they accept to work hand in hand. Do you see that the president would truncate this process before the 6 months that he says initially would elapse?
Well, what you are envisaging now is when we already have a state of emergency. Whether it will take its full course of 6 months or not, well, the Constitution have ample sections that allow it to be truncated without fulfilling even the 6 months. Yes, that is, it can be revoked. The Constitution is very clear about that. But I think the situation we are in now is one of whether we are going to have the state of emergency or not. And that is within the next maybe 12 hours. The Nigeria will know whether the state of emergency will hold or it would be, it may not be, given effect by the National Assembly, which automatically bring us to where we are already before, that there will be then no state of emergency in the country. So now the only thing to look at is that maybe at the end of today, we will know whether there is going to be what? The state of emergency in River State or not. So these are the circumstances whether we should look. If there is not going to be a state of emergency, what will be the fate of River State? If there is going to be, the state of emergency, I think we have discussed some of the things that we envisage to happen.
Right. So you mentioned earlier that the North, there's this indifference in the North about what's going on in Rivers State, that it doesn't affect them directly. So maybe it could mean that there's really no effect to anybody in the North. But don't you also think that if a president can take that action on Rivers State, given what has happened, he could also do that to anybody in the North? After all, he would say he did it in the South.
What I'm trying to say, it's not about indifference. Nigeria is our country. Everyone can have an opinion. But when you ask a question that what is the position of the North, that's why I answered you the way I did. Because whenever you want to know what certain section mean of the country, then it must be something that maybe either according to their culture or certain thing that unite them, that something like that has come toward where they need to, give their opinion. I think state of emergency could be declared anywhere, even in the North. Even in the North, it could be declared in the North, and the North may not have a uniform position, depending on the circumstances that led to what? To the declaration of what? Of the state of emergency. If let us have a scenario. Now, if in the North, something like what happened in River State happened, you see, it is a fight between the actual government of the state. Even in the North, if it happens and state of emergency is declared, you may not find a uniting position of the North, because this is something that affects the politicians, not maybe something that need to the natural affinities that unites the North culturally or tribe or what have you. And that's where you find sections in this country or everywhere having a position.
All right. Thank you so much for your insights. I mean, it's one very brilliant input on the show this morning. We truly appreciate you, sir.
My pleasure.
All right. It's been one wonderful morning with you all through the last few hours. We're connecting to our Abuja studios where my colleagues are waiting for some interesting discourse. Of course, this River State conundrum is not one that you could exhaust in a day. In the coming days, in the coming weeks, there will be much more discussions regarding it. Remember, you can join us on our YouTube channel for all of the discussions that we've had on this channel. You could replay them wherever you are on our YouTube channel, and even on our all other social media channels, which is, of course, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, which is Signature TV News, if you will. All right, I'm Charles.
Well, thank you, Charles, from our ENUGU studio, and let me welcome you to Abuja this Thursday morning on Signature Morning. Now, today we're supposed to look at two weighty issues. The first is the outcome or the conclusions from 10 days of intensive interrogation of issues in Nigeria's correctional services, what we used to call the prisons. I think we have to put that issue for another day because the secretary of the investigative panel, who's supposed to have been our guest, is unavoidably absent. Again, yesterday, we encountered the pulling down of the Shell flag. Now, let me tell you what I mean by Shell flag. Shell Petroleum Development Company Limited, Shell that we know, is exiting Nigeria. And so, just like the Union Jack, the colonial master, the flag of the British, was brought down, and the fluttering green, white, green of an independent Nigeria went up in all its majesty and pride. That bringing down of the Union Jack signaled another pretended or real exit of Britain from the affairs of Nigeria, these political affairs, and we became equal nations. Did we become equal nations? So Shell brought down its flag in a very big ceremony, marking its final exit from Nigeria. Again, we're supposed to have a former general manager of Shell to interrogate that exit. He just called a while ago that he has a family challenge. We had laid them to sort this out. But early this morning, we were confronted with reports that a state high court in Rivers State. Now, I want to please give a caution. I've tried personally to check this report on some other platforms. I'm yet to verify it from maybe our colleagues on television or some other radio stations, but it is trending on the social media that a state high court, a Rivers State High Court, presided over by Justice Dagogo, that's the name given, has given an order stopping the sole administrator appointed by the president under the emergency declaration in Rivers State from resuming duty. And that the court said that he should not resume duty until the substantive suit is determined. That report, which we have not verified yet, says that a suit was filed by the former chief of staff to the suspended governor, challenging the constitutionality of that action by the president. But I want to please bring us back to what happened yesterday. Of course, all of us in this country know that the Minister of Justice and Attorney General Fagbemi is a thoroughbred lawyer, respected for his competence, for his knowledge, and for his respect for the law. Yesterday, he addressed the press. He addressed the press raising issues and justifications for the declaration of state of emergency by the president in Rivers State. Now, he hinged everything he said on two planks. One was the mediation effort made by the president before the Supreme Court judgment and the failure of those mediations. In other words, the presidency had tried a political solution to the Rivers State crisis, which did not seem to be yielding result. And the evidence that it was not yielding result was that the two parties, FCT minister and the 27 lawmakers on one side, and the governor and his supporters on the other side, seemed not to be shifting ground, to the point that the Nigerian economy became at stake. That's one plank, one reason that the Minister of Justice gave. The second is the Supreme Court judgment. That Supreme Court judgment, according to the minister, found the governor, Simi Fubara, guilty of acting like a despot, like a dictator. And the minister cited instances, at least one very strong instance. One is the willful demolition of the Rivers State House of Assembly structure by the governor. In other words, and he said that governance in a democracy rests on three planks: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. And by demolishing that structure, the governor was incapacitating a very strong plank of our democratic governance as one. In doing that, the governor made it difficult for the budget to be presented. The governor made it difficult for the legislature to have a place to do legislating. Then the minister went ahead to say that the governor then began to try to operate the state using only 3 or 4 members of the assembly, which he said the Supreme Court also frowned at. In other words, declaring a state of emergency in Rivers State can then be concluded to mean that the sins of Governor Fubara and the resulting threat to the economy, which, if I may quote the minister, was provoked by some interests to begin to attack oil pipelines in Rivers State, did not portend anything good for the country. So the president was acting within the provisions of the law and also to preserve the peace, stability, and economic well-being of this country. Somebody called me to say, was it the minister, was it the governor who committed all the sin? I wasn't there to ask the minister this question, so I cannot answer it. But what is clear is that the minister's position and the Supreme Court position justify the president's action and find the governor guilty. But something very interesting, a journalist asked him a question. By the action of the president, has the president created a compromise to save the governor? And the minister said, yes. Because after the period of emergency, which at least in the first instance, 6 months, the governor may be able to learn his lessons and could come back to the office and still have a chance to govern the state. However, if the president had not acted and the impeachment process played its full course and the governor was impeached, he and his deputy would have been out in the cold. So some light at the end of the tunnel, if you ask me. And you know that on Monday, this last Monday, we had Peter Ame, the former IPAC chairman, that is Inter-Party Advisory Council of Nigeria, also interrogate this issue. I think it is necessary at this point to bring back Peter Ame for us to recall and listen to his positions. And by the way, just yesterday, a politician said to me, it is not over yet. I'm not a politician, and so I don't know what remains. What I think will remain is that people will learn their lessons, behave better, act within the law, and give Rivers State and this country some peace of mind, and let's have governance. Let's bring back Peter Ame, and let's enjoy it. Only qualified because he knows relationships between parties, among politicians. And my guest this morning is Chief Peter Ame. Chief Peter Ame was the chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council. Peter, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
Great.
Pleasure to be here.
After the inauguration of Fubara, Similaye Fubara, as the governor of Rivers State, gossips began to emerge that the governor every Friday sent all government files to Abuja from Port Harcourt, so that the current minister of the FCT will counter-check before final approval was given. Pure gossip. Subsequently, the gossip emerged again that tendency to send files to Abuja, the governor was becoming uncomfortable with it, and therefore was trying to assert himself as a governor. Approve things and reject things. Approve appointments and reject appointments. The first signal of discontent began to emerge. You have been in charge of party advisory council, party relationships. Is it feasible that a former governor will stay 1,000 miles away and be determining how a current governor should raise his hand, bring down his hand, sit down, arrange his clothes, and maybe kiss his wife? Is it right? Does it happen? Can it happen?
In a democracy, it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't, because in democracy, those who are elected are supposed to be, responsible to the affairs of the people. They're supposed to be beholden to the people. They are supposed to be responsive and responsible to the people in totality. Because why? Because naturally, if we run an electoral democracy, where people have to go to the polls to cast their vote and then elect the person of their choice through a multi-party democratic system, as enshrined in the Constitution for Section 221 to 2210, you know that the people will now be afraid that there will be a repercussion for not, towing the, and working in line for the people. But in our case, there's this issue with our electoral system. It's not free, it's not credible, and it's not something that you find out that there's a big hand of godfatherism in it. So a lot of people know how Fubara became governor. There's no doubt about that.
Let's discuss it. Let us not just gloss over it. Yeah. Let us talk about how he became governor.
We can have said it on national TV several times.
Yes.
How he made him, how he bought from for all of them. This is what is killing our democracy. This cash, for position, cash, for investment, for people to be elected, is what is killing our democracy. So we can have said it on TV. It's not even my own word. It's his own word against the decisions of the people through the ballot box. And this is what has affected governance. Because he is saying that I made him, I will crush him, I will do this. He's supposed to be, even he himself, supposed to be afraid of the people. But he's not. Because he's thinking that what is obtainable in the past will still be obtainable in 2027. But like you said, there was rumor. Allegedly, there were a lot of information that even sometimes the governor will sign something and the commissioner will ask him, "Are you sure you have contacted the guy on this thing you are signing?" So the governor became very furious, and that this is becoming unbecoming, and he has to look for a way to free himself. And it is in that process that they started clashing. It's in that process that they started crashing, and that crashing became something that is not in the interest of the people. Look at what they are doing today. Look at what look at what the Supreme Court have done.
I'm coming to that, Peter. Just 1 second. There was a prophet on what we are seeing now, on what is happening now. Permit me, just give me 2 minutes. Let me play back Prophet Peter Fayoshe, former governor of Ekiti State. If my producer is ready, let's just listen to Peter Fayoshe.
Your Excellency, my counsel is to you. God will help you. Don't see more than what you are supposed to see. The moment you want to see more than you are supposed to see, you begin to see spirit. Oh. I know we go. I know we go. Now, if he say he will fight you, it's either you surrender or you look for that trouble to the end. God will not find you weakest problem. Oh.
Yes. Peter Fayoshe warned the governor. I know this man. Don't look for his trouble. See what he wants you to see. How healthy is this for governance?
I think I'm not even believing that he was a prophet. He was just warning the elected governor to toe the line of the
what he said is playing out.
No, because he knows that the man is always attached to fighting for godfatherism. He himself, we have said several times that Rivers is not Lagos State. That godfatherism cannot work in Rivers State. The video is there in the public domain, and he cannot wake up and then take the position where the people are supposed to occupy as the electors of those who were supposed to represent them, and then now superintend over the affairs of everybody, including the elected. It is undemocratic. This is unacceptable. That in the current democratic system, in this 21st century, we have a person who is outside government that is tailoring the affairs of those in government. That is not good for our people. We can now allow past governors to pocket present governors and expect there will be development. There will be issues because people will budget appropriation and investment in the state will be thrown through the wings and caprices of the Godfather. Whatever that has happened, yes, you have nominated somebody, and while we are still saying that, we must be able to have an electoral system that will represent our people's interests so that democracy can flourish in Nigeria. We can't be running what they call quasi-democratic system and expect the growth to occur. What Wike is doing in Rivers State is not acceptable by me. I don't think a lot of Nigerians believe in it. I don't think a lot of Rivers people believe in it. And for me, it is even more worrisome to see that this character is further endorsed by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's the truth. Because the way he has spoken, look at the way he's spoken about Ijaw people. Look at what he has talked about Igbos. Look at what he's saying. This is a fact that we should not allow ethnic baiting and ethnic politics within the territorial conference of this country. What we are saying, if resources are meant for Rivers people, these resources will be used for Rivers people. Even the judgment of the Supreme Court, I have issues with it.
Coming to that.
So we cannot sit down as a people and all of us will be, we now resign to fate and say, oh, the politicians are taking over. Oh, it is their government. No, it is our country. We must make this country work for the next generation. Our time is passing. We can't continue to look, because we want to be in government, because we want to be known by those in government, we'll not start to now, hobnob in a way that will throw away the interest of our people. The interest of the people must be paramount. The welfare of the people, that's what the Constitution wants, must be at the center point of whatever we are discussing. The executive governor today is Fubara. And if the governor must be able to, write his name in the footprint of time, he must be able to have his own policies. He must be able to crave a niche for himself so that people will say he came at social time and this social thing. The governor has said several times on TV that today the contract, the road they are doing times 10 of the cost of it. So you are saying that they are overinflated figures, but you can't say anything because the man who is supposed to be, who is being accused, is now in government and in a good relationship with the president. And we are saying our institution, whether the ESCC, the ICPC, or co, are not working freely. People will say we are talking because we are opposition. The fact that we are opposition does not mean we cannot see right. The fact that we are opposition does not mean we should not say what is true. The truth remains that today governance in Rivers State is suffering. Governance in Rivers State is not in the interest of the people. You look at the protest when he was going to Calabari or somewhere, some days ago, the people agitated. That is the center bed of our resources. If whatever happened today to the Niger Delta, all of us will be in hunger. So if it beckons on all of us, it is our collective responsibility to sit down together and say, no, let Nigeria, let Rivers State have peace, let the governor have the capacity, the freedom and authority that has been donated to him by the people to perform the duty for the period of 4 years. And if you feel that you are so powerful, I don't think why it's so difficult to wait for another election. You are so powerful, you can make an electoral process. You can feed another candidate. People have done it. People who really have authority of their people. People who really believe in their capacity in this country have said, no, I don't believe in this central system you are working. I don't believe in the policies that you are doing. When Waso left his party, went to NNPP, one Kano State, one House of Reps, one Senator. He has proven his mantle. That this is what I can do. My people believe in me. Peter Obi loved PDP, joined the Labour Party, got 6.something million votes, got 36, 37 House of Rep, got 8 senators, and in numbers of House of Assembly. That is what you can prove your leadership and say, this is my capacity. Not that you sit on the back of the king and you are holding broom behind and sweeping everybody's face. If you come down from that back, people will flog you. You know it. That's why you are hiding behind the shadows. So we must be able to say, this person, yes, you are so powerful. Why is it that you only can be powerful when you are with the central government right from 1999?
Let us look at, Peter, let us look at the Supreme Court issue. I'm a little bit bothered by that Supreme Court issue. As a lay person, the Supreme Court has ruled, the first, that these people, in fact, did not defect. They did not write to any party, but let us see the evidence, whether they indeed defected or they did not defect. My producer, can you please play me one or two of those clips? Maybe the internet never forgets. Let us see.
Some days ago, we defected inside the hallowed chamber of the River State House of Assembly in line with section 109 of the 1999 Constitution as ordered. We made sure that we followed due process. We made sure that we did not do anything outside the provisions of the 1999 Constitution. We have 27 members of the River State House of Assembly that defected from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressive Congress APC. 27 of us.
Distinguished colleagues, the reason for the defection by the 27 members of this House are purely in line with the provisions of the 1999 Constitution as altered, specifically Section 109. And the House has already before this time deliberated on all the issues in the PDP, and we feel there is sufficient division, and for that reason, members have the choice to move to the All Progressive Congress as already indicated in these letters.
The former governor of Rivers State, now the Minister of FCT, before me here is the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, a proud member of the All Progressive Congress, and other members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. My party is grateful. We are enriched and we are in firm control of the Rivers State House of Assembly.
Well, I wanted you to watch by yourselves and listen to those people, the 27 members and their leadership, and the leadership of APC welcoming them and saying, Okocha saying there, the FCT minister is here and the speaker is here, respective members now of APC. Peter, I have let me call myself a simpleton, a little stupid. Is there a way I accept and publicly declare that I'm a thief and my 5 fingers were right in the pie, and I accept that I'm a thief? Then I go to court and the court says, no, he's not a thief. It's an illegal thinking. Maybe you have encountered it before.
You know, because our court have made, decision to arrive at justice. Judgment is even from arriving at justice. I just, giving judgment, and without the component that, the most important component of judgment, which is justice delivery. It has become so difficult with our system. If you look at most of the lawyers from Femi Falana and everybody who has spoken, they'll tell you this was a reckless decision of the Supreme Court, because it has really made, defection very easy. They are saying that their names were not found in the register of the party, that nobody saw them with membership card of the party. And these people defected publicly. And moreover, don't forget that the case that was used to determine the defection of these 27 lawmakers was already in court before their defection. So that case was not supposed to be the one to be used to be determining it, because it was a case about the local government election that was being planned to be held. So how did the matter of defection come in? When the real matter that has to do with defection is still at the Court of Appeal. And in that matter, just the necessary evidence was filed there, because they felt, the people who are fighting the case felt, oh, this is for local government, let's just wait. But it was like Father Christmas, because the court went far and beyond. By even admonishing the governor, by warning him that he was behaving like dictator and doing all sorts of things. I think the court is diving into the arena of politics, and it's very dangerous for our people. It's very dangerous for our democratic development. It's about democratic projection, and whatever we have to do with democracy, we should be able to have a court that must determine cases based on its merit. These people have defected. There's an affidavit, which is a document that is signed on oath by the 27 lawmakers that they have defected. It is at the Court of Appeal. So if the court wanted to do well and actually deliver justice, what the court would have done was said, with the pictorial cases that have been filed in this
consolidate,
based on the advice of the president of the Court of Appeal, Monica, who said that these cases should be consolidated. You know why? So that this confusion will not arise. But the court refused and went ahead to take this case, separately, which has now, what will happen to the case at the Court of Appeal? Even the matters that they are in
now that the Supreme Court has made a pronouncement.
The Supreme Court has made a pronouncement on that matter. So you don't have a system. See, Section 109, Section 1G clearly state that when you defect and decamp from a party that has sponsored you for an election, you automatically vacate your seat. That's what the section said. We can't render the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we can't render it useless because, through pronouncement of court. We must be able to, what the court is supposed to do, is supposed to be able to add more flesh and give more authority to the Constitution, so that people will not undermine the Constitution of this country. Because those who are defecting today might say, oh, go and check their register. I'm only speaking for APC. My name is not there in the party register. My name is not there, I don't have ID card. But the APC know they are their members. It will not become, because what the 27 lawmaker is doing is that they think that, Nigerians are stupid. They think that because they have taken decisions, and Nigerians are always very easy to always adjust to, funny decisions of politicians, and that we have they all developed collective amnesia and believe that, oh, we can't remember. No, you people did not defect. Truly, we accept. But is there conscience? Is there character? Is there integrity? Is there discipline in the attitude of these lawmakers? Is that the kind of system that we want our children to learn from? And for me, whatever I do, whether I go to studio, whether I play politics, I used to tell somebody say, you have been in the opposition for 20 years. Why don't you join ruling government? I said, to do what? Opposition is also a government outside government. I'm speaking for the people. You want me to join ruling government because you felt if I join ruling government, I will benefit money. And that is not the essence of my purpose. My purpose is to be able to see how Nigeria works. Because whatever I do, as I come to this studio, I know my son is going to watch, and I want him to have the moral lessons that he has to grow with. That he has to be
this
right.
Is what my father stood for.
He has to continue to be right and do what is right for the development of his own self and for the people. Because if you look at selfish interest that has been the cornerstone of many political leaders, is the reason why Nigeria is not driving. And there's this crisis that we have. There's poverty, there's inflation, there's highest unemployment record that we have ever had exists today. So we cannot continue in that direction, and that is the direction where the court is endorsing, how they call it, indiscipline, endorsing our constitution, the mutilation of our constitutional provisions, and that is not good for our democracy. We must have as a people, stand by what the law says and then defend it. And like I earlier said, these are people who are not, I don't think they are popular. If they are popular, what they should be clamoring for is to say, we have resigned. Conduct election is only 27th position. Let's go and show you that we control our people. No, they believe that it is by the how they call strong man approach to be able to get power. So they're looking for impeachment. They're looking for all sorts of things. You can't impeach the governor without the chief judge.
Let us move to the Supreme Court judgment. I made some kind of observation on its implementation. The governor behaved like a decent person, even though that judgment was roundedly against his own interests. He said, I will obey. That is a court judgment. But members, those 27 members, happily began with ultimatums. Do this in 24 hours. Do this in 48 hours. And we're hearing, you said it here, peace, harmony, doing the right things. Does that kind of disposition by the 27 members help peace, political peace? Has the governor not made the ultimate sacrifice, as it were, to say, look, no matter that this judgment is nearly leading me to the gallows, it is a court decision. I will obey. How do the two attitudes help reverse state politics?
The two attitudes for the governor, I'm really proud of. I've never met the governor. I don't know anybody that knows him. I'm never close to him. I am determined to speak the truth, and that is the truth. Because for me, I saw that the governor's acceptance of the Supreme Court judgment, no matter how bitter it was for him, is something that should be commended by all Nigerians, because the governor can still go and still be ranting and making noise like other politicians in the state will do, and then try to destroy whatever left fabric that is left covering the sanctity of democracy in the state. But he has rejected that and taken the side of reasonable reasoning. So look at the problem here. The State House of Assembly is only meant to make laws for the good governance and development of the state. It's not an executive arm.
No.
It's a lawmaking arm. And they are saying, oh, we remove all the commissioners. You don't have the power. It's the governors that have the power to appoint and remove his commissioner. You can screen them, but they're already commissioners, so you can't remove them. You can't start to now dive into applying authorities you are not given to by constitution. Constitution didn't give you that power. There's someone in the chairman of the RISEC who wants to reconduct the local government election
as directed by the Supreme Court.
Because they don't want it to hold. They can't win. All they want to do is to store the state. They are not thinking of the interest of the state. What they want to do is for the state to become ungovernable, so that the people can become pauperized. They don't have their salaries. They don't have their basic salaries, so that they can meet their basic needs, so that the state can now be in chaos. That is the target, so that the governor will now find the state ungovernable. So, and the fact is that the lawmaker have rejected twice from the governor to present the new budget before them, in line with the Supreme Court. The lawmaker must take into one thing into point. The lawmaker must take into one thing into point. Not presenting that budget will bring hunger to the people of River State. So I think, but I know that is not their interest. So there's no need for me to preach to people who cannot be converted. Then there's no waste our energy. The basic thing what I want the governor to do was for him to continue to implement that judgment and try to make sure that local government election is conducted in August 9th or so, as already arranged. But I know that there will still be judgment against that before August 9th. There will be judgment.
They still go to court.
I know that. Just to start the process. So, generation for our country. So, the lawmakers, 27 of them, are supposed to work in line with law and public public opinion. And if this public opinion it shows that these lawmakers are defected, if there are records to prove they are defected, and the Supreme Court is saying otherwise, it's the Supreme Court of Nigeria, and we will obey that law. But what we need to be able to now see that our justice delivery system must be re-engineered, must be worked on in a way that actually deliver justice. Because what has happened, it is not justice, to my own understanding. I think these people have done our people wrong, and then have gotten away with it because of the judgment.
But let me come to your turf. You were the chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council in this country, and that position meant that you were helping to harmonize in the interests of the people, not just in your party relationships. Party with INEC, party and party, civil society and party, party and the people. What can IPAC, what can the body of political parties do? Just think for me, to help Rivers State out of the situation. What advice will you be giving the legislators, the party whigs, the governor, the politicians in Rivers State? As we just said, everything should be done in the interest of the people. Situation like this doesn't work out in the interest of the people. Already, 6 people have lost their lives in this crisis. In the records, there could be more. The violence doesn't pay anybody any good dividend. What will you be telling them? The legislature, the governor, even the strong man himself, what will you be telling them to create peace, harmony, progress in Rivers State?
First of all, the governor will continue to defend the constitutional mandate given to him. I don't want to, see that in the process of, trying to make peace, it becomes more weakened and become like a child that whips, throughout the process until it's even flogged. So he must continue to defend the constitutional mandate that has been given to him. It's an assumption that people made him. But to record by public record, it was the people that voted for him. So he should defend that. And since he has always said that the people are with him, he should make sure that the interests of the people are him. And whatever approach that is brought, that is conducive enough to create peace, he should accept it, for the good of the people. And I think the lawmakers should see beyond serving their godfather or serving their strong man. But I know they are always strong because they are. They have a relationship with the APC. If they were all both in opposition, police would have set aside, security men would have interfered, then they would have known that, would have been able to determine how strong, which side is stronger. But what I said is that they should, just restrict themselves within the constitutional provision of why they were elected, is to make law for the good governance and development of Rivers State. And nothing more. You can do oversight function, you can pass, appropriation act, and all that, but the governor still has to sign this. The governor has to present it. So there must be synergy in this process. You don't take the function of the governor. You don't try to now become the executive arm of the state. Neither do the governor become the lawmaking arm of the state. So that everybody must know where to draw the line, where their responsibilities start and end. And for the former governor, current minister of the FCT, he has said it, that it's almost impossible to have the kind of situation that happened in Lagos to happen in Rivers. He has said it himself. And he knows it's impossible because I know that when the election comes, I know the people that, we are not new in this politics. If we mention all the arrays of the leaders of Rivers State that are with Fubara, I'm wondering how they are going to defeat him in 2027. It's not something that is going to be possible. So I think that's why they think it is better to have an undertaker process, take him out before the election so that they can have an easy flow, have their way. So it is just the best interest of the state for there to be peace. And all of them must respect that. And that we must have a court that work towards also creating peace. Because if there's no balance of power, if there's a perception or in public domain that the court always favors one and don't favor the other, it even destroy the image of the judiciary in the court of public opinion. Because public opinion should matter to those in there working in the arm in the judiciary. It should matter to them because they are supposed to be working for the interests of the people. And if the people have a very dirty image about how they carry out, then it will not all go well for judiciary, and if it's not going well for our judiciary, remember when they put out we're part of the judiciary. You see how people sang his praises. Up to now, people are singing his praises.
Respected the verdicts of the courts.
The verdict of the court. But today, a lot of politicians are not really respecting the verdict of the court. There are a lot of it we can mention. They don't respect it. People give court judgment, and people just, ignore the judgment. And we need to have our court to take that pride of place that it used to have during the times of Justice Chukwudile Okuta. We need to have that. It is not something, and we can't. When I was growing up, yes, all I wanted to do was to be a lawyer. To sit on our bench that can restore that dignity.
Peter, I'm just looking at your own watch. I'm also looking at my time. Now, I want you to make a little comment in respect of the blocking of the governor from presenting a 2025 budget as directed by the Supreme Court. I find it a little bit childish, rascally, that in obeying the Supreme Court, the governor has elected to eat the humble pie, wrote the assembly, in its own words, tried to present the 2025 budget and got locked out. The governor of a state got locked out. Please, Peter, have a word for our legislators. Just a word for our legislators.
Our legislators in the state, in Rivers State, have crossed the line, sincerely. You shouldn't treat any governor, no matter how you feel powerful you have become, maybe due to the Supreme Court judgment that has been handed over to you. You should not treat any governor the way the man was treated. I felt really bad that day. I felt bad for him. And I saw how humble the man was in explaining himself, why he came to present you. If it was the other governor, the previous governor before him, they would drive trailer through the gate. But you can see him, he walked back and still wrote a letter to them, asking to be presented this week or so, and they are not answering him. Please, the lawmakers, the 27 lawmakers that now owns the majority in the State House of Assembly of Rivers State, please take the interest of your people at heart, the interest of our citizens that reside within Rivers State. Because, yes, you are from Rivers State, you are Ikwere, you are Ijo, but there are people also who are citizens who are from other states who are residing there, who will benefit for good governance if provided by the governor, if provided by law, by the lawmakers. So it will be a complete disaster if Nigerian citizens cannot enjoy those benefits because laws can be passed, because the budget can be presented, and because you have deliberately refused to stand as obstacle to the welfare and well-being of our people that reside in Rivers State. It is unfair. It is totally something we should condemn. If you think you mean well for the country, you mean well for Rivers State. I think if I was a speaker of the Rivers State Assembly right now, what I would do is to write to the governor, we are seeing your letter. Please, this date is not conducive. This is the day you should come and present your budget. If the governor does not come, then we know that the governor is playing game, like you have said. But from what we are seeing, it's the State House of Assembly are playing game. If you look at the public media charge that was carried out last time by the Minister of FCT, was saying that as if he was aware that the people deliberately refused to allow the governor to come in, and their children are there, that you can't just come there, you can't just enter there. How will you just come? That you want to enter there? He was speaking for the House of Assembly. That means he's having a first-hand discussion with them. And the only thing on the agenda of them today that they cannot achieve, I know they can't achieve it, because there's a responsible chief judge in Rivers State that have stood the ground and determined cases based on law and justice. Why they cannot achieve it is because of him. Not because they don't want to do it. The only thing on their mind is not to pass law, it's not to pass bill, it's not to appropriate any appropriation, it's not to do anything that will benefit people, it's just to call him article of impeachment. But they are thinking there's an obstacle. Because if you put an article of impeachment, a panel will be set up to review what you are putting, and that panel will have to arrive at a resolution and a report before you can impeach. So this is what is stopping them. And I feel it's so sad that all what a person wants to do is to impeach somebody because he feels he's powerful and can do it. People talk about, why was the governor making laws with four legislators? It has happened. Even Wike was making with 7. He didn't accept those who were loyal to Amechi. Nigeria had this easy forgetting forgetting things that have happened in the past and move on and start to determine new things. He didn't accept them. He was working with the ones that were loyal to him. And this local government election that they are complaining that he conducted, he did this. When Wike got to office, he disbanded and removed the ones that Amechi put and conducted his own. So we just forget things, and because our law is just based on document, it's not based on history, it's not based on politics, it's just take his own law, and then because he has taken his law, we all must respect whether it's right or whether it's wrong. And that's why we're in this mess. So there's nothing they can tell me that will make me feel the new way for our people, except I see them writing a letter to the governor and saying that, yes, we have seen your letter. You want to come and present your budget. We were not chance at the time. Our family was around, just like the minister of FCT has said. They were eating, they were dancing, so we couldn't let you enter for to protect our children. But now we want you to come on so date. Let's see whether the governor will not come to present the budget. Because because we spoil a lot of things in this country. The lawmakers were not put there when they present the budget to you, for you to cancel it, for you to throw it away. No, the governor is presenting the budget. This is what I want to do. If you would now start to rewrite the budget, do whatever you like to the budget.
Then you are the executive.
Then you are the executive. All you need to do is to say, this 2 billion you put. Oh, 1 kilometer is how much? Why are you putting 7 kilometer for 10 billion? Oh, 1 kilometer, this is a document too. And the governor sees
this.
They see this, and maybe the contractors have misled him. It's okay, let's correct it. Not that you just come and say, oh, they brought 20 billion budget or appropriation, and you say, no, it has to be 1 billion. No, it's not you. You are not the one to implement it. You don't even know how the resources of the state is generated. It is not your responsibility to generate resources. You are not in charge of the IGR. The FAC allocation does not come to you. So we have a problem, Renahan, if the House of Assembly continue to stop the governor from performing his function, continue to resist the governor from entering the State House of Assembly to present a budget, we have a problem to say, yes, they are now overplaying their hand with the judgment of the Supreme Court.
Now, let us have a little conversation very briefly on the man who has accepted that the 27 lawmakers are loyal to him. After all, he said he bought forms for all of them, including the governor. During the presidency of Muhammadu Buhari, Nyesom Wike was given award as a performing infrastructure providing governor under opposition. In other words, he has something he can claim in Rivers State. He is now the FCT minister. And residents say he is doing very well. He's providing infrastructure again. When it comes to a man's credentials, should that not be enough satisfaction that as a governor, I delivered, as a minister, I'm delivering. I don't need to hold anybody hostage down in Rivers State for me to prove my competence and my capacity. I've been recognized even by opposition. Isn't that good enough for Wike? Instead of playing out what Peter Fayose said to him, that don't look for Wike's trouble, he will fight you, his fight never ends. Is the minister not done well enough to be satisfied with himself than stoking crisis right in his own backyard?
He's more interested in controversy. He has always been controversial as a politician. But I don't look at his work. Nigerians get carried away. I don't look at the work he's doing. I look at the cost of his contracts. Because when we got into FCT now, there's a contract for Gusape Lot 1. Lot 1, the original contract sum is 22.2 billion. Original contract sum, 22.2 billion. We has reversed that same contract to 70.890 billion. That's the current contract cost. Percentage variation is 219%. What inflation can make you change contract from 22.2 billion to 70.890 billion? What inflation? So you can't increase that. There are a lot of like that. We're talking of renovation of the International Conference Center. They're talking about 39 billion. We should build a new one. So I don't think about work. That's the way Nigerian gets it wrong. That's why we're being cheated. If people just come because I never had borehole in my village, somebody come and put the borehole that's supposed to be 3 billion, and then somebody put at 30 billion, people will just be clapping. We never had borehole. So he brought it. No, what about the corruption in the system? What about the figures that have been bandied around as the cost of the project? So these are my challenge, including work he has done in Rivers, including what he's doing here. I feel the cost of this project are too high. And I still maintain that the cost of the project should not be as high as they are. You can't do project variation from 22.2 billion. In fact, there's a project that, each kilometer will cost about 3-point-something billion, 1 kilometer. I can't do one road of 1 kilometer for 3-point-something billion. I wrote something about it some weeks ago. I didn't even know I was going to discuss something like this. So you will have a problem that because people do road is the cheapest thing to do. It's the cheapest construction. It's not, even building this house is very difficult than road. It's the cheapest construction, especially in northern Nigeria where you have, rock land and hard land. Not in Niger Delta, not in East-West Road. This road, as soon as you just, do the first clearing, you can tie. So the road is the cheapest road they can do. You can do 100 million naira per kilometer. So with the cost we are talking today is so on the high side that I think that Nigerians should just be, we are not just.
Anyway, I make my comment based on what I'm seeing and based on comment in the street because
I've given you a reason why
I understand. People in the street say, look, we didn't see these things 10 years ago, 12 years ago, but the man is coming and we're seeing them. I mean, there should be a sense of satisfaction.
I've never seen any minister that has outperformed Erufai in this FCT. I've not seen. It's not my friend. Somebody I like some of his views, but I've not seen a minister that had performed Erufai. If not for Erufai, Abuja was a slum by the time Erufai got into. I've been in Abuja for 30 years.
Let me point back to Rivers.
30 years.
If I point back to Rivers, he did as well as he could. And Buhari said, you are a fantastic governor being there. I mean, the point I'm trying to make is that having achieved that much, it doesn't require holding anybody hostage to show that you are a performer.
I agree a lot of you are not where you are going to. But I'm telling you what I know. In this same Rivers, it is Amechi that came to TV and said the cost of his project was times 10 of his own. You understand? So it is not me.
Maybe.
So people can applaud him, but I must rely on public data and public information to be able to applaud him. I know what your Beggar Junction was. I know what Urumokoro is. It was. I know the things were when he got into office. Today in Abuja is not safe. People's houses have been broken into in a lot of places. We must be able to correct the poverty in the Federal Capital Territory. The Federal Capital Territory now has a lot of resources. It must be able to look at human capital development and look at how to be able to, finance small and medium scale enterprises so that this level of crime in the state should reduce. People don't understand that you can have road. What about if you don't have crops motor to ply the road? What about if you don't have crops to be moved from one place to another? The roads will just be like decoration. We must be able to take advantage of even of the arable land in the FCT, where people are not even occupying like Gwagwalada, Baji and Co. and provide land so that the FCT itself can be food sufficient. The cost of living here is extreme and enormous. We must be able to look at how to be able to provide low-cost housing so that people can live in the FCT. About 70% of people working in the FCT are living outside the FCT. In Suleja, in Masaka, in Maraba. These are facts that are there. And their cost of transportation have tripled because of the impromptu and impulsive, fuel subsidy removal. I have staff, I know what they go through. Their salary no longer helps them. I feel it. So we can't have a system that we're just talking about infrastructure without human capital development, without poverty discussion, without issues on how to help our people to gain access to better life, without the issue to be able to look at the primary schools in the FCT. Yes, they said the area councils were supposed to do it, but now there's so much money at the disposal of the FCT minister. They should be able to fix the FCT primary school. It's an embarrassment, and eyesore.
Okay, Peter, I think that our issue for conversation this morning is being the crisis in Rivers State, and I think we've done a very good conversation. I want to believe, let me speak for my viewer, if you don't mind it. The other issues we can always take on because they never end. For this morning, all we devoted our time to, the crisis in Rivers State, issues arising from it. My guest says the governor has behaved like a decent citizen, and that he also expects the legislators, 27 of them, to reciprocate and behave decently. He's obeyed the Supreme Court ruling. Please let him come present his budget. If you claim to be working in the interest of the people, that's what Peter says. He also thinks that strong arm tactics in politics, godfatherism in politics, do not help our democracy. That's what Peter says. Consider them, cast your lot, join in the campaign for a better governance structure, for better democracy, for more harmonious relationship between the institutions, and our country can move well, whether in Rivers, in FCT, or in other part of the country. All left for me to do is, on your behalf, thank Peter. Thank you very much for coming to the conversation.
Thank you very much.
My name remains Kwabos and Joko. Let me quickly tell you that the week is going to be full, very full. Tomorrow, we'll be looking at another very contentious issue. Let me keep the cat in the bag. I will let it out now. Good morning. Have a great day.
Hello and thanks for joining us on this segment of our show. My guest today is Honorable Farouk Aliyu. Honorable Farouk Aliyu was a one-time minority leader at the House of Representatives. He is a chieftain of the APC and one of the most dogged followers of President Muhammadu Buhari. Actually, he has been with Buhari for decades. Honorable Farouk Aliyu, welcome to our show.
Thank you. Good evening.
Well, let me start by congratulating you because I saw what you're doing in the agricultural sector in Jigawa State. And I think it's something that's commendable. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And let's look at some of the issues that brought us here today. 2015, I remember talking with you just before the election and after the election. And you were so optimistic about the magic that we're going to see in Nigeria. Looking back, after 6 years of Buhari coming to power, are you still enthusiastic, optimistic, excited like you were just after the elections in 2015?
Well, yes and no. Yes, a lot of things have happened in the positive way, and so many things have happened in the negative way. So, certainly not as excited as 2015, because now we know better. When we were in the opposition, there were so many things that we didn't know, honestly, and that some certain assumptions that we had when we got in. Now, we found out that, truthfully, some of the things that Jonathan did, he wasn't wrong. We didn't know. When we got in, now we know better. So that's the lack of excitement. But whether things have improved in this country, yes, they have. Whether we've done our best, yes, we have. Whether there are challenges, yes, there are challenges. So far, so good. Nigeria is better today than it was in 2015.
I want us to go to specifics. When you say Nigeria is better, can you tell me the sectors that are better? I can give you some statistics to help you. On May 29, 2015, fuel, a liter of fuel was 107 naira. As you and I speak today, it's more than 160 naira. On May 29, 2015, the naira was exchanging for $1 at 199.
Today, the dollar is changing. If you have dollar to sell, you sell at 498, 499. If you're buying, you buy at about 503. Is that your summary of things getting better?
Well, yes, because look, let me first of all start with the fuel that you spoke about. One of the things that I told you that we didn't know. I mean, we were all over the country demonstrating against fuel hike when Jonathan was there. Now, when we got in, we know better that what Jonathan did, well, he wasn't wrong. And because this subsidy has to go, absolutely. But the difference between that time and this time, the subsidy that was given was taken away. A lot of the money was going into other people's pockets. Now, so we know that, look, Jonathan did right by removing the subsidy. Now we are also gradually removing it because that's the reality. That's the expenditure is so huge that the balance sheet of this country cannot carry. And this is a country that supplies fuel to all other neighboring African countries, and we can ill afford that. So that's so as regards to that.
Okay, you're giving a reason for the fuel being at the amount.
Absolutely.
But definitely that's not getting better for the ordinary Nigerian.
Well, unfortunately also.
At 107 and has to buy at...
But you see, the also difference between us and the other governments, we don't lie to people. That other time, the government was lying, was trying to cover up, was not coming out clean with the people that, look, we must do these things because the country can't afford it.
But they said so.
No,
just that those of you in opposition refused to acknowledge
Well,
it.
it was also part of us to refuse to acknowledge, just like what's happening to us now too. So exactly. So, but what I'm saying is, and you could see honestly, also the amount of money, because when the citizens see that their money is being stolen by public officers, I'm not telling you there is no corruption now. I'm not saying that, but the level of corruption back then is much worse than now. So that's the difference.
A lot of Nigerians don't agree with you.
Well, it's subjective. They're entitled to their opinion. People are entitled to their opinion. Now, when you spoke about these indices of naira and dollar and so on, it's true. It's true also. But then, remember also when we came in, this country went into recession. And this recession did not happen just to Nigeria, all over the world. And so it was a global thing. There is no country on earth today that you will go. The economic situation of 2015 of that country is the same as it is today. So it's a global thing. You remember the crisis the United States financial system that went through, which also had impact on us. The world now is a global village, and so on and so forth. So those are the indices that made us what we are today. And also, whatever you will say, we had COVID. This COVID is also a reality.
COVID was in 2019.
Yeah, but these are
the president had been in power for 4 years before COVID.
Yes, I know, but these are cumulative of so many things that have happened. And part of the assumption that I said we also had, we honestly thought it was bed of roses. But when we came in, we found out that, look, there were certain decisions that the government of that day couldn't take because they didn't have the guts to do it. So now when we are taking those decisions as a government, that's why the reality is happening now. That people are seeing that things are getting expensive and so on because the reality has sunk in us now. But you cannot say also there is no improvement in agricultural sector in this country. Or even in terms of the security.
Let's talk about agriculture.
Okay.
In 2019, in 2015, a bag of rice sold for 8,000 naira.
Yes.
Today, it's more than 30-something.
Well,
what kind of improvement is that?
Part of it was that most of that rice was smuggled into this country. Now Nigerian farmers are growing that rice. So if Nigerians in their wisdom decide to sell it to Nigerians at whatever price, Nigerians are the ones gaining. But back in the day...
No. They can't decide to sell. In 2015, if they were buying anti-subsidy insecticides, they were cheaper. So it's not about Nigerian. Tractors, if they were buying tractors, the tractors were cheaper.
Yes, so we still come back to the economy.
So for clarity purposes, the only reason Nigerians voted Muhammadu Buhari was because they were tired of the PDP.
That's true.
And they needed change.
That's true.
So if he didn't know what to do, he didn't have to run.
But I am telling you, if that change didn't happen, probably now a bag of rice would have been 100,000.
That's a probability.
Well,
we are talking about reality.
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you.
Here is the Buhari government.
Yes.
6 years after, rice was 8,000 when he took over. Now it is more than 30,000.
We still come back to the globalization, the economic situation of the whole world. It's not happening in Nigeria also. If you go to UK now, what you used to buy things in 2015 and what you are buying it today, or in the US, it's the same. So this is a global issue. It's not a Nigerian factor.
You know, you've known Buhari for a long time. I mean,
we started together.
Yes, you've known him for a very long time. I remember coming to your office many years back, and you always talked about this Nigerian that was going to change everything if he had an opportunity. So you know him very well. And a lot of Nigerians are saying, is it that Buhari has lost his belief in Nigeria? Is it that Buhari does no longer care about Nigerians? Or is it that Buhari is not the Buhari that we used to know? I don't want to join issues with people that say he's another human being or something. No, I don't agree. What has happened to our president, the man we voted in 2019? Is it that he's not in charge? That's also some of the things Nigerians say. And you're very close. You were with him. Out of power, in power. What has happened to our president?
Yeah, but you see, you're just making a story now. What has happened to our president? What has happened to him? Nothing. He is the same Buhari that we knew before he came into government, and he's the same Buhari that is the president today. Nothing has changed. So if, you know, as I told you, now that we're in government, I understand what the government in power felt when we were in power. So all these things is politics. And politicians, opposition parties can say anything. But whether it's the same Buhari, I'm confirming to you and to the whole world that he's the same person that Nigerians voted for, and he's the same person that will stay till the next...
you know, why I asked that question
exactly.
is that...
So I want you to explain
yeah, why I asked that question is that the Buhari we voted into power was the same one that said that insurgency could happen if the government didn't have the will, the political will to confront it. Yeah. It was the same Buhari that challenged fuel increment. Well, he made a lot of promises.
That's true.
So that's why I'm asking, what has happened?
Okay, good. Now, the insurgency. Yes, it is true. Part of the things that we spoke about and promised people to end insurgency. Whether insurgency has been killed, no. But whether it has been drastically reduced, yes, it has. And let Nigerians don't forget that before we came in, this Abuja that you and I are, had series of bombings. It's so quick to forget.
Which was controlled, which was contained during Jonathan.
Well, not completely.
By the time he was leaving,
no, not completely.
In Abuja.
No, not well, but since we came in, there is no bombing in Abuja. So let's Nigerians not forget that time when this town was bombed all over the place. In Kano, 2014, January, a day before, I think Emirates was supposed to be flying into Kano, when 8 places were bombed in Kano, when in Gombe, in Jos, in Kaduna, all over the place. These things have stopped. And the potency of Boko Haram that was going probably all over the country was drastically reduced. When we came in, some local governments were under the firm control of Boko Haram. But as of today, we can't talk about that. The people of Northeast, I am sure know, you and I are not there, but from the stories we see, the president was there about 2 weeks ago. We've seen buildings coming up. We've seen IDPs going back to their places. We've seen places liberated and so on. we've seen lives happening in Maiduguri now. At least since we came in, there was no bombing in the market. This was thing that was happening all over the time. Now that has gone. But whether Boko Haram is still there, yes, it's still there. Whether they are still attacking places, yes, they are, but not as much as before. And remember also, before we came in, the level of corruption in the armed forces, when everybody, you and I, all Nigerians, what was called the slush fund that was shared among party faithful, the monies that were supposed to go into the defense, into the armed forces and so on, was taken away. People have been prosecuted now. That has drastically reduced. Now the armed forces are getting much better than they used to. As I speak to you now, over 150 MRAVs are coming into the country. Probably they are there now. Now, as I speak to you. These are vehicles that we probably had 4 or 5. Nigerian armed forces, when they go for a meeting with Chad will come with 40. Nigerian armed forces will go with 3. That thing has gone away. And you've seen how we've invested in the Tucano aircraft. You've seen how we've invested in so many things. The military have been equipped, and the recruitments are also happening, and so on and so forth. So there is significant improvement in that regard. Whether there are other challenges in security, yes, we do. We have the insurgency and the banditry in the northwestern part of the country, in north central and so on. That is also being contained.
Yes, because you talked about when this government came into power and what has changed. In 2015, people were not killed recklessly in Imo State in 2015.
That's true.
People were not scared to travel the Abuja, Kogi, Enugu road in 2015. There's a lot of agitation and secessionist, agitations across the country. The Oduduwa people were not, in 2015, they were not asking to leave Nigeria. IPOB in 2015 was not asking to leave Nigeria. A lot of people, there's a lot of tension in the country. So you give us some relief with Boko Haram, and then almost every other part of Nigeria is up in flames in terms of agitation, insecurity, and what have you. Okay. Is that also your idea of things getting better?
Okay. Let's take one at a time.
Okay.
Now, Abuja, Kaduna, Abuja, Kogi, armed robbery, banditry on the road. Yes, it's true. But then, is the government doing something? Yes, it is. There are checkpoints, that don't harass people now. Checkpoints that do not stop people on the road. There are constant, patrol of vehicles. And these bandits have been arrested daily. You could see the Nigerian police parading them. But Nigeria is a country of 200 million people, and are policed. Less than 200,000 members of the police are policing 200 million people. So that is also being taken care of. They have been arrested, they have been prosecuted, some of them have been engaged in the language they understand, and so on and so forth. Now when we move to this, like when you said Imo State and so on, yes, it's true, but those things are political.
How do you mean political?
Exactly. You see,
because I'd like to be educated.
Yes, let me educate you. Why I'm saying it's political. Now, the secessionist movement in the southeast and southwest is political, simple. And my brother in the southeast, you see, Igbo presidency is doable, it's possible, it can happen, it should happen, but certainly not through brigandage, not through intimidation, not through blackmail, not through banning of police stations and so on. So to me, some of these agitations are in trying to probably coerce everybody to accept the fact that there must be Igbo presidency. As I said, probably my party is going to, nominate an Igbo man as a candidate. But then that's not the way to go. So, thank God the Ohanese in the Igbo. I'm so impressed with the way they are carrying this thing now. But back in the days, you find the elites from the southeastern part of the country say nothing.
No.
Well, okay.
No, excuse me.
Okay.
It's like the Northeast is judged by Boko Haram.
Yes.
They are not judged by Boko Haram. Nigeria has not judged the Northeast by Boko Haram. They even went a step further to create a commission to help address the issues there.
That's true.
So the elites in Southeast are not in support of brigandage.
I agree now.
Or whatever. And that cannot, for a lot of Southeasterners, they're saying that cannot be a yardstick to know whether they are ready to take the presidency or not.
What do you mean?
What, that because there's brigandage or because a group?
No, but if listen.
Yes.
If certain part of that, because before IPOB, remember there was Masob.
President at the height of Boko Haram.
I said, but listen.
Why didn't we give it to the Southwest?
What
Buhari became president at the peak of Boko Haram.
Yes.
Did we say because he's a northerner and Boko Haram is coming from the north, he shouldn't be president?
No. What I'm saying is, you see, the difference is now, if, you know, I said there was Masob before IPOB.
Yes.
And they have all along wanted to leave Nigeria. And if the people from southeastern part of this country don't see danger in that, don't see that, look, if you don't seem to believe in Nigeria, why would you want to be president of Nigeria? If all in unison don't come and condemn Masob and IPOB, why would you want to be president?
But Boko,
so listen, listen.
Boko Haram was fighting the country.
Yes.
They were trying to, they declared a republic.
Yes.
And as a northerner,
but you see, the difference
still became president.
But listen, the difference between Boko Haram and IPOB.
Yes.
Boko Haram, the members don't live amongst us. The members are in Sambisa. They are not in the open. IPOB and Masob are there, known. Leader of Masob is there. He comes out every day and speaks. Yeah, what I'm saying, he is known, he's there. And he believes, but listen.
He has not broken any law.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
But he agitates of self-independence of Biafra.
Not violent.
Well, exactly.
Not violent.
I know, but then, so you can't eat your cake and have it. If you don't believe in Nigeria, then you have no right to want to lead Nigeria. But that's what I'm saying. But look, what I'm saying is that, look, the southeastern part of this country, the Igbos, ought to be president of Nigeria. An Igbo man, I believe in Igbo presidency. But as I said, now the elites will have to go further, just like what the Ohanese in the Igbo did.
Good.
To prove to us that you believe in this country. You believe in one Nigeria, just like what has happened. Now, with their statement, now we believe so. Now we believe Nnamdi Kanu does not speak, for the Igbos. We believe now. Now,
at the point you thought he did?
Yes, I wish we did. Because at one time, let me tell you, the leader of the opposition in the National Assembly went and took him on bail. And he ran away. He even had the audacity to come and say all sorts of things. Nothing has happened to him. And Senator Aline Dume, who took Minor on bail. Minor escaped. He was put in prison. But the leader of opposition in the National Assembly, my brother, the minority leader, took him on bail. And look, someday, one day, we will declassify how Nnamdi Kanu was given out on bail in the first place. All for the unity of this country. And what did he do? He came out, leaders of the southeastern part of this country, governors, senators, were seen parading with him on television.
They were not.
Yes, they were.
Well,
they were. They visited him.
I remember that they had meetings
they visited
with him.
Met
the
with
press
him.
Releases they gave showed that they were trying to get him to understand the best way to go about.
Where were the Igbo leaders when he was released? I know what happened, how he was given bail. But then what happened? All of them, in fact, he intimidated them. My brother Ekwere Madu was all over him. He was there. He was deputy senate president that time, remember? So if the leaders of that part of the country were identifying with Nnamdi Kanu, and then you still want to come and be president of Nigeria, how can that happen? But thank God, as I said, now our brothers understand the look. And you know what? The Igbos in this country are the greatest beneficiaries for Nigeria. Why I said so? When the war happened, look at how they were decimated like to ground zero. And as of today, you cannot ignore the contribution of the Igbos in developing this country. Everywhere in Nigeria, they have helped to make Nigeria what it is today. Also outside the country, the intellectuals of Igbos have done great, for Nigeria, all over the world. So, which means they are still the greatest beneficiary of one Nigeria. But if the elites, in their wisdom, some of them, identify with Nnamdi Kanu, yes, we'll speak to them in the language they understand. And that's exactly what is happening.
I hope they don't take off your tweet. Anyway, don't you think you're being unfair when you say what you say? And I'll tell you why. During the South-South agitation, the Tompolos still met with governors of the South-South, still chatted with them, moved around with them. As we speak, one of your ministers had to fly to Port Harcourt to go and confer with a former warlord, a sitting minister.
Yeah.
And then you are not judging them,
yes,
but you are judging Igbo elites. And I did ask that Boko Haram at its height, a northern group, in quotes, at its height, Nigerians still voted for a Buhari. And because a group of young Igbo men have constituted themselves into a group and they do one or two things, then on that score, you don't think that Igbo should lay claim on the presidency? No, are you being fair?
No, wait,
are you being fair?
Wait. It's not, you're not being fair also to me. I told you Igbo presidency is doable, it's possible. Probably my party will even anoint an Igbo man. That's one. Then two, the South-South agitators never speak about dividing Nigeria. Never, ever. I can't remember Tom Polo or any Polo or anybody from there. They are talking about resource control. That's their main aim. Talking about resource control. They feel this country is treating them unfairly because of the natural resources that is found there. So there's this agitation for resource control. And then when you talk about the Boko Haram, I told you the Boko Haram are not,
they also called for their own independent nation.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
but aren't we fighting them? Isn't this government fighting them?
The government is also fighting IPOB.
Yes, because no. There's difference now. The difference is that members of IPOB are clearly living amongst us, and no government will sit by and watch police stations being raised, prisons being opened. Members of Boko Haram are on the run all the time.
Honorable Farouk, there's so much for us to talk about, and getting you to sit down is usually a problem. Let's talk about this tension and secessionist things we are hearing in the southeast, in the southwest, and a number of other places. Do you think that the selective appointments of Mr. President, which has continued in the armed forces, continued in federal boards, continued in NNPC, continued in a lot of places, in total disrespect for federal character, don't you think that behavior like that could be fueling the tension in the country? While some people think that they're not getting a fair deal in Nigeria, they want to go elsewhere.
You know when elites, fight, they can say anything. Because this is elitist fight. And it is so convenient for you sitting here as an Igbo man to talk to me.
I'm sitting here as a journalist.
No, wait, but listen. Yeah, but look at your red cap. Listen, you see, so convenient, like, anyway, what I'm saying, you see, it's so convenient for you to talk like this. You have forgotten, and I'm not saying it's correct, when Jonathan was around as president, when he probably gave that part of the country everything. And nobody said.
Everything like what?
Everything?
Yes.
Like you spoke about the armed forces.
Yes.
And so on.
So how many Igbo people had positions
but
in the armed forces?
You see, honestly, unfortunately, and sadly so, I hate to talk about North, South, Igbo. Honestly, God knows, I'm a true Nigerian. You never ever see me. This is part of my dress code. And I make bold to say, because I believe in this country.
I'm also a proud Nigerian.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you and I are friends.
Yes.
You know, you and I. So you see, you and I are the problem of this country. Elites, listen. You and I are friends to family level. You and I. So why can't you and I trickle down our relationship down? Now, when you and I lose out, we start talking about Igbo, Muslim, Christian, and so on and so forth. But when it's convenient for us, we keep quiet. When it comes to share money, you and I will probably share money. The buses, we haven't, but probably we'll get to do that. So honestly, when it comes to that, at the level of elites, we are one and the same. So whether appointments are lopsided.
Are they lopsided, Honorable
No,
Farouk?
No.
Are appointments lopsided? You're Nigerian.
Yeah, but
I
listen,
know you as one man.
You don't. But listen, you don't.
I know you as one man.
You don't have to patronize me. You don't.
No. You don't. Appointments by this government lopsided?
It's subjective also. What I'm saying is subjective. Honestly, it's subjective because look, that's why I said unfortunately we still don't see us as one people. If a president is voted and he decides in his wisdom to make certain appointments that he feels they are all right, they are also within the federal character. Now, let that be a campaign issue. That look, when in 2023, like for example, anything that we are doing that is seen to have been wrong, let the opposition party come out with facts and figures and campaign about them, just like the restructuring we're talking about. Let it be a campaign issue. Let us not look at it from President Buhari has appointed Northerners, or Jonathan has appointed Southerners, or Obasanjo has appointed Westerners. No, let it be a campaign issue. And the earlier we understand that, look, anybody who will be there and can do the work, wherever he comes from, let him do the work. But when we start talking about where we come from, I'm telling you that's elitist. But whether perception matters, yes, I agree with you. Perception, unfortunately, yes, I said it's unfortunately because we don't see us as one people. I remember, I read somebody said that Nnamdi Kanu is being tried by Northerners. Sadly. Exactly. Sadly, I saw that the IG of police is from the north, Inspector General is from the north, DGSS is from the north. That perception, that is real, and that should be looked into. That should, the government should dissuade the mind of the people that, look, it has got nothing to do from where you come from. Just like I was speaking with you before we went into this interview. Fulani herdsmen that are criminals, they are criminals. And we should see them as criminals. Don't see them as Fulanis, just I'm a Fulani man to call me criminal because they are my brothers by tribe or by religion. An ESN is the criminal, ESN is a criminal. Let's see the person as a criminal, not as you, my friend, that I know you're not a criminal. Or let's, Sunday Obo, who is a criminal, should be seen as a criminal. Not anybody from Afenifere should be judged. So if we, as a people of this country, see ourselves as, look, one people, where a criminal is a criminal. A Fulani herdsman carrying a gun, wielding a gun, raping, maiming, is a criminal. He should be dealt with. The government should have no mercy, and the government has no mercy on any Fulani herdsman, or any ESN, or any Afenifere brigand that carries guns around. So let us see ourselves as one people. If we have that confidence that let's give the government a chance, any government, not just because government comes, Buhari will leave, government comes, government goes. Nigeria remains. That's the problem.
At all this happening in our country, if you have an opportunity of sitting with Mr. President and you go to interviews, you talk to journalists, you talk to ordinary people, I know you as one man who has friends across Yorubas, Igbos, and what have you. What would you tell him to bring down the tension in the country?
Well, what I would tell him is, first of all, he should speak more, the way he did recently. Probably the president should engage in speaking to the people every month. And in case something happens monumental, he should come on more often. Because the people need to hear from him directly, not from Femi Adesina or Garba or people like us. The people need to hear from the person they voted for. So if I need to give him advice, that's what I will tell him. And I will do that. I promise you. I promise the whole world that I will do that. I will tell him this. I will keep telling. But there are also styles. There are, that's his style. And, he's not as talkative as people like us. And sometimes, we around him, don't allow him to talk because he does not speak like a politician. There are certain things that a politician will not say because the president will always speak the truth. He will always say his mind. But sometimes certain truth better be kept as a politician. But he is a straightforward person. If you ask him, he will tell you things without garnishing. And we, the politicians around him, used to say, look, Oga, please don't go and talk. Because if you speak, you will speak the truth. And sometimes, you need to garnish that truth for peace.
Could this also mean that there's some truth in what some Nigerians believe?
That what?
People around the president are part of his problem.
How? What I'm saying, how are they part of the problem? But he has spoken. And when he spoke, the way he spoke, did he sound like somebody was telling him what to do or not to do? But every person has advisors. There are unofficial advisors like us. Let me even tell you, Mr. President, I swear, was ready with his speech and everything to go to National Assembly. I was one of the people who stopped Mr. President from going to National Assembly. Because Mr. President was going to tell the truth, was going to say things. And me, coming from opposition, no. I know very well if he goes there, there are some members of the opposition that will provoke Mr. President to say more truth that could mean harm. Because he will say certain things that could probably be misunderstood. Just like in his interview, when he spoke and said, we'll speak to them in the language they understand. Did he say he's going to speak to them, he's going to be violent? Or what does that mean? People gave it different interpretation, which politicians don't speak like that. But he spoke the truth. And that's what people don't want here. So I want you to understand those kind of things. So there are also people like us who also have a duty, because this government does not belong to President Buhari. It is our government, you and I. It is not his personal estate. This country belongs to all of us. He is no more Nigerian than you and I. So there are certain responsibilities we also have, we the unofficial advisors, what we think. I'm not telling you sometimes what we do might be all right, but as human beings, we try, God knows, we try as much as possible to tell him the truth and advice, but in the long run, he takes decisions. Whatever happens in this country, good or bad, the president takes responsibility and he's responsible for that.
Let me ask you, you stay around I don't want to say you stay around the president, but you've been with the president for a very long time. Do you think that the president genuinely loves this country?
He does. This is somebody who went into armed forces, who fought civil war to keep this country together. Somebody whom you cannot, all for the love of this country, cannot find him sitting to connive to dupe the people of this country. You cannot sit with President Buhari to negotiate contracts. You can't sit with him to negotiate kickbacks. You can't sit with him to negotiate the sanctity, the unity of this country, or the progress of this country. He means well. And I believe God is with this man. Because there are so many things that could happen. Ordinarily, you will see as if the heavens will fall. But God will intervene and tensions will go down. Because God knows his heart. And we that are with him, we know he does not mean harm. He could make mistakes as a human being. He could have some issues as a human being. So let him be judged as a human being. That as a human being, he's not infallible. So there are certain things that also, in politics, some things are too subjective that members of the opposition can't say anything. We said all sorts of, and I'm telling you, I'm confessing to you, there are so many things that we did against Jonathan. I am one of the people who called for his arrest and everything. But as I said, certain decisions that Jonathan took, and even if it were Buhari, he wouldn't have done differently. So, and I, being in opposition and in government now, I'm advising politicians that whatever we do, we should tread carefully because some of these things you say might come to haunt you. Like the fuel thing which we demonstrated around this country with the Jonathan must go, no fuel subsidy, must, and so on and so forth. Now we know better. That look, we did it out of ignorance and sometimes out of mischief also as opposition.
A lot of Nigerians are worried when they see the insurgency, the agitations for secession and what have you. And they are really worried about a one Nigeria, being there after all these problems. Are you optimistic that this will blow over and that we'll still have one Nigeria as we approach 2023?
Oh yes, oh yes. We politicians are the ones overeating the polity. I'm telling you. And look, the masses down still love themselves. Honestly, I went to a village somewhere in, Abia. The population of northerners I saw. In fact, I did not see any Igbo one there. I'm telling you. Living nicely with one another. And I was in Imo State. On my way from the airport to the town, I saw cows grazing. While in the north here, we are made to understand that any cow seen on the street of the southeastern part of the country is burnt, which is not true. We've seen videos, you and I seen video of a vehicle with cows being burnt and so on. That vehicle belonged to an Igbo man. The cows belonged to an Igbo man. But us in this part of the country, in the north, didn't know. So the elites help in fueling these things. But the masses also are still doing business among themselves. So politicians will talk, will rant, will scream. Nigeria will remain one. And as we approach 2023, of course the polity will be overheated, scream or call of, all sorts of calls. But still, in the long run, it will still remain one Nigeria. Let me also say kudos to the northern, Hakim Baba Ahmed. I saw his statement recently.
Northern elders.
Yes, Northern elders. Where he said that, look, the Igbos that live in the northern part of the country must be protected, should be protected, because they live harmoniously with people here doing well. And that those little hiccups here and there in the southeastern part of the country are not perpetrated by the real elites. So we call on the elites, I'm quoting him now, the elites to work together and ensure. But if the people in the north who are there feel threatened, they can still come back. But that does not mean that any Igbo man should be dealt with here. And look, in trying to show you that this country is still one, there has not been one reprisal attack in the northern part of the country because of what's happening there, because at least the people know that, look, it is not the general view of the Igbo people that what's happening. 1 or 2, 3 Fulanis are killed, herders are killed, that's normal because some of them also stray into other people's property, or they kill, or they are caught doing something wrong. But instead of them to be taken to law enforcement agencies, they are dealt with in a brigandage and way that shouldn't help matters. But generally, this country will remain one, and I pray so, and I hope so, because look, we are better together than divided. And look, we are better. Look, but I want us to also appreciate that, look, we are what we are by birth. I'm a Fulani man, I didn't choose to be one. You're an Igbo man, you didn't choose to be one. So why don't we attempt to live in harmony and capitalize on our differences to make us a better people?
Let's conclude this conversation this way. 2023 is almost here with us. What will the APC campaign with? What will they tell Nigerians? Why they should be returned to power?
Yeah. First of all, we should be voted for the amount of infrastructural development that we're giving in the country now, all over the place. In the southeastern part of the country, the second Niger Bridge, which we will keep hammering, we'll keep talking about it. It's happening. It is true. These things are happening. Also, transparency. That if nothing now, contracts are being put to tender, and that you also have the right to complain if you are shortchanged. Recently, in one of the ministries, I know somebody who was pre-qualified, but he was removed illegally. The Bureau for Public Procurement canceled that process and made sure the person, these kind of things that we are putting in place, to ensure that, look, Nigeria becomes what it is like in other climes. So we're putting a system that any government that comes, that hopefully, that even if it's not APC, that comes, will inherit a system of probity, will inherit a system that things ought to be done in that way. And I am telling you, if politics is played the way we are playing it, in no time there will be no opposition in this country. At least there will be a ranting of the minority, which is okay. Just yesterday, we received another governor into our fold. We received Umahi into our fold, which to me is the sweetest, because I want as much as possible my brothers from the southeastern part of the country to join the fold, and as a matter of right, also demand to be part of the mainstream. So we also received Ayade, and we're also going to probably receive your governor, who is my friend, and I'm one of the people working on him. I will make sure Buruburu, yes, my friend. I will continue leading the team and ensure he comes in. So in general, we are stronger as a party today than we were in 2015. So that will also propel us into continue to be in power come 2023.
Honorable Ali Farouk, always a pleasure talking with you.
Thank you, my brother.
I've been speaking with Honorable Farouk Aliyu, former Minority Leader of the House of Representatives, APC chieftain, and lately a big Nigerian farmer.
And also, I hosted on my farm the tallest national flag on 50.3 meters. The tallest in this country, the second tallest flag in Africa. Yes, it is.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Let's do this again. Bye for now.
A beautiful morning it is. It's a Wednesday, a Wednesday like no other. Right, 19th day in the month of March, and it's a day after the president suspended the sitting governor of Rivers State. Quite shocking. A whole lot of persons are out with their own side of the story. Lawyers are saying it is wrong. Some others are saying it is the right thing to do. Only yesterday, he sat with his service chiefs, and I'm sure that one of those discussions was about Rivers State and what to do. And not just that, we also saw earlier where pipelines were bombed. As at the last check, it was the third pipeline that has been bombed in Rivers State, and nowhere else to go. The president says he needs to do something, and he did it quite quickly. He suspended the president, the governor, and then the State House of Assembly for the initial place of 6 months. Whether that is constitutional is one, and whether it's the right thing to do is another. But then where do we go from here? We have all the sides on the show today, so stay with us. Let's begin with the headlines on our dailies this morning. We begin on the Punch newspaper this morning, and right below the mast, soldiers, tanks move into Rivers government house. NBA lawyers say suspensions illegal. PDP, LP, Atiku, Pandeb, slam Tinubu. It's a whirlwind of words. Social media is going crazy. National Assembly to debate president's state of emergency today. Fubara blames pro-Wike lawmakers. Ibas takes over. Wike versus Fubara. Governor, Assembly members, turbulent roads to suspension. All of the details you can find on the Punch. Finally, reps passed Tinubu 4 tax bills. Libya to deport over 170 Nigerians. Mohbad's father asks courts to quash legal advice freeing Naira Marley. National Assembly probes Cameroon's alleged encroachment on Nigerian islands. All the details on the Punch. On The Guardian this morning, Rivers pipeline explosion may cost $35.3 million lost daily as state of emergency begins. Dangote cements, salt, sugar businesses lose 423 billion naira to naira crisis. The EFCC blames corrupt politicians, fraudsters for nation's bad image abroad. Still on The Guardian, PDP NWC kicks as Wike revokes Wadata Plaza new secretariat plots. Senate braces for backlash as social media bills scale second reading. Osun APC warns governors, ministers to stop demarketing party for Adeleke. Pengasin accuses federal government of aiding 11,000 Indians to secure Nigerian jobs. Delivering affordable electricity beyond pledges and declarations. Find all the details on The Guardian this morning. And moving over now to the Vanguard newspaper, quite an interesting development there. Tension as Tinubu declares state of emergency in Rivers. Appoints Vice Admiral Ibas as administrator. Suspends Fubara Odu. Lawmakers for 6 months. Rivers joins Plateau, Ekiti, Borno, Yobe, Adamawa as emergency rule states. South-South leaders, Panda, Flay, emergency rule in Rivers. Explosion rocks Trans-Niger pipeline, another facility at Onelga. Tinubu lacks powers to suspend a governor, says PDP. Federal government confirms 400,000 tuberculosis cases in 2024. All right, Wike revokes land housing PDP's new National Secretariat complex. All right. You can find the details on the Vanguard this morning. All right. Moving now to the Nigerian Tribune. On the Tribune this morning, Tinubu puts Rivers under emergency rule for the first time ever. Tinubu lacks powers to suspend elected governor, says PDP. Senate probes annexation of Nigerian mangrove islands, 2,560 oil wells by Cameroon. All right. Every paper is having all of the Rivers conundrum. On the Daily Trusts, Tinubu erred by removing Fubara, deputy, says lawyers. Governor's whereabouts unknown. Military moves trucks into government house. Jonathan declared state of emergency without removing governors. Indeed. Tuberculosis kills 71,000 Nigerians in 1 year. 400,000 cases recorded. 33 killed in Edo road crashes in 2 months. Revocation of our land plots to stifle opposition, says the PDP. All right, so we're moving over now to the Nation newspaper. Fubara Ameole gone with Tinubu's emergency declaration. Ibas is Rivers administrator for 6 months. Breaking of export terminal pipeline triggers invocation of Section 305. PDP, CBN, INEC, NUC, NNPCL, others lose plots of land in Abuja. All the details on the Nation newspaper. Reinstated Ocean Council chairman gets Algon's backing. Bill to regulate social media skill second reading in Senate. Okpebolo to probe Obaseki over $10 million observer fund. All right, you can find all the details on the Nation newspaper. Let's roll the curtains now, because again, it's all about Rivers. We have our reviewer live in the studio. 11 after 8 on this fine Wednesday morning, the 19th of March. When we were seated here yesterday, I'm not sure we would ever predict that there would be a state of emergency within 24 hours of speaking about Rivers.
Well, thank you, Charles. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, the world. This is a Nigeria for you. You don't predict nothing. And it's also good not for us not to be predicted. As a great nation, let no one predict us. We spring surprises. But on this seat, Charles, I've sat one time to tell you a story of our 2 monkeys. With due respect, the 2 monkeys in this case are Fubara and Wike. They found banana. That is River State. The state every Nigerian would like to come from. The state that lays the golden egg. The all pride of the nation. The treasure. And this is a state, one of them has ruled, and they had the opportunity of having a crony to rule. Charles, these are 2 monkeys with 2 banana. Evidently, every banana made by God is a human finger. They can never be equal. Now the issue is, Wike, can you take the smaller banana? Me as sitting governor, let me take the bigger one. Next time we found another banana, then it's like, no. No. I still stand my ground. I can't give up to you. And the other one is like, are you God? You might have helped me to get to this position and all that, that's history. But the remaining that I said here, 2 foolish monkeys got 2 terrible bananas, they could not share. Now, a benevolent chimpanzee has come in to share these 2 bananas for them. Every other thing Nigerians are talking is irrelevant. The banana has been shared.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Senate to resume deliberations on the emergency rule in Rivers State. Abe Assembly urges state government to approve maternity leave for male workers. Ukraine Zelensky accepts unconditional ceasefire proposed by U.S. President Trump, and protesters in Spain condemn renewed Israeli strikes on Gaza. Details in a moment.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Nigerian Senate is expected to resume deliberations on a motion seeking approval for President Bola Tinubu's proclamation of a state of emergency in Rivers State. The motion, which was listed as the first item on Wednesday's order paper, was deferred by lawmakers, delaying discussions on the prolonged political crisis in the state. Sponsored by the Senate leader, Opayemi Bamidele, the motion expressed concern over the rising tensions that have disrupted governance and hindered democratic dividends for residents of Rivers State.
Is to move that we do suspend other items on the order paper for today to enable our various committees to proceed with their committee meetings and attend to various stakeholders who have been invited to appear before their various committees, and that other item be stepped down for another legislative day. Mr. President, I so move.
Minority Leader.
Speaking on the matter, Jimo Ibrahim explained that the postponement was to allow for broader participation among lawmakers before a vote is taken.
That is the beauty of the Senate. The Senate is a democratic institution, and the Senate has given room for more members who is not aware of this yesterday but got to know about it today to be able to come tomorrow and air their views. Democracy is about numbers, it's about participation. So what we are saying is that we can adjourn it tomorrow in order to give room for more people to come. We formed quorum today, 68 people signed the register. If you now accept 17 leaders of the Senatorate, we are more than a quorum. We could as well go on. But we don't want to say, oh, it was 3 o'clock they brought it, when members are already praying, they are fasting, and then there were not many people on the floor. That's the time they passed the proclamation. No. First thing tomorrow morning, information I got to other members. Some members are fasting, they are praying in their homes. Tomorrow they will be here, and then by 10 o'clock, we pick it up. We are in Tendium with Mr. President. I am in Tendium.
Reactions have continued to trail the state of emergency declared by President Bola Tinubu in Rivers State. A legal practitioner, Samuel Ayasuk, described the declaration as unnecessary, unconstitutional, and unjustified.
Though in a democracy constitutionally, the president has the power to constitutionally proclaim a state of emergency, but they follow procedures and they have limits. It does not extend to removing a constitutionally elected officer. The constitutionally provided means of removing such elected officers are made from sections 28 to sections 105 of the Constitution, and they don't include a proclamation of state of emergency. So we believe that the National Assembly will do the needful by their resolution to disapprove and therefore reverse this proclamation of state of emergency for Rivers State. Otherwise, it will amount to a coup d'etat on the people of the state.
The legal practitioner advised the ousted governor and all affected parties to seek legal redress to call the president to order.
This is very nebulous, and we don't want to conjecture and presume, arising from, first of all, the unconstitutionality of removing him from office. We see every other flowing acts done to him, including tampering with his immunity in office. It's also null and void. So we still believe that those affected may approach the law courts for redress or protection, because suspending the governor, in my opinion, does not amount to suspending his powers to act as the democratically elected leader, chief executive officer of the state. And his immunity should be protected and preserved because he is the democratically elected governor and his tenure is still running.
Some other citizens of the state also bear their mind on the political situation in the state. Reports say the state has remained relatively peaceful with heavy military presence in parts of the capital, Port Harcourt. The Nigerian Labour
incident, I'm here to just say that they have been like father and son to each other, and they know the agreement that they have reached, and they know what is bothering both of them. And I believe that they can actually sort it out within themselves, because in a situation that I don't want, in a situation that the military will take over and we will lack many freedom going out and all that. So we just need peace in River State. We don't want all this fighting and catching everywhere. So they should just restore peace between themselves. Nigeria know they fit me again like this now. I beg, make una do this country well. We not get anywhere. If I get anywhere way on I get, make una give us. They when I send our fatherland, make una think them my own, give me my own share. I beg.
First of all, I know they feel pretty for sin. Okay. Because during the 2023 general elections, you see what happened for River State. Still, they was wicked. You see how they rigged the election and they carried votes. Another person will know it. The only thing we say, two people will fight. Anyhow, they want to take settle. Only two wrongs cannot make a right. So, just the thing they say, now River State will still suffer. So, anyhow, they want to make peace there for the state. The only thing we say, make bloodshed no day. We can kill everybody. Anyhow, they want settle. They settle.
Peace, we need peace. We don't want a state of emergency. Nigeria need peace, so likewise River State. So Wike and his team, Fubara Wike, should reconcile and make peace for people of River State to have unity. That's all I have to say.
Peace is something that we need, because if the emergency didn't happen, what is going to happen may be worse than what we are experiencing. Because the House Committee, they are willing and ready to impeach the governor. Now, if they impeach the governor, we already have glimpse of what is likely to happen yesterday morning by the pipeline bombing and all of that. So, I think the emergency is required. But my own anger is the way the governor, the president, addressed the nation. His speech is just one-sided. Okay. He's not talking to the governor and also addressing the House Committee member. He's just quoting the governor all throughout his speech. So that's just my concern. But the emergency, I think, is necessary.
The Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) and the Trade Union Congress (TUC) have jointly warned President Bola Tinubu to put an end to what they described as an assault on democracy following the declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. The unions made this known in a statement jointly signed by NLC President Joe Ajero and TUC President Festus Osifo. NLC and TUC strongly condemned the proclamation, stating that it was unconstitutional and undemocratic. According to them, the purported removal of the state governor, deputy governor, and House of Assembly members is not only unlawful, but a direct attack on democracy. Meanwhile, the Abia State House of Assembly has passed a resolution urging the state government to approve 21 days paternity leave for male public and civil servants in the state whose wives put to beds to support them in catering for their wives and their newborn. This followed the presentation of a motion for the state to approve paternity leave for male officers in Abia State, sponsored by the Deputy Majority Leader, a member for the Umunoche State Constituency, Matthias Ume. Ume said that granting the paternity leave would assist male civil servants provide the much-needed support for their wife during the period of childbirth, as well as enhance parental bonding, among others.
It is on record that this is a governor that pays minimum wage to our civil servants. This is a governor that maintains regular payment of salaries. Not only that the payment is regular, but is paid as at when due. We know in Abia State today, on or before 28th of every month, every civil servant receives his salary. Mr. Speaker, apart from this, the governor went ahead to introduce what we call conditional wage increase. This means that if you're a civil servant and you agree to go into rural areas, those areas civil servants are always afraid to go, then you have a special pay for that. That shows that the governor wants to promote services in the rural areas. Then currently, the governor is recruiting teachers to our school system. So when we say we have a friendly, worker-friendly governor, we are not mistaken. Mr. Speaker, whereas the federal government and some states like ENUGU, Oyo, Ondo, and Lagos have all implemented paternity leave policies. And this has geometrically boosted the morale of public servants while strengthening family bonds and coexistence. And whereas the federal government had earlier, in a circular issued on 25th November 2022, through the head of service of the Federation, the federal government has approved 14 working days paternity leave.
Some members, however, opposed the motion on the ground that it would reduce productivity and create dichotomy between those in the public and private sectors. The motion, which generated heated debates, was later adopted with modification as announced by the Speaker, Emmanuel Emeroa. Abia State Police Command has dismissed an Inspector, Kufere Moses, for unethical conduct, reinforcing its stance on professionalism and discipline within the force. A statement by the command spokesperson, Maureen Chinaka, said the Inspector Moses, formerly attached to Mopol 55 PMF Aba and serving as a UBA vanguard in Aba, was officially dismissed on February 21st, 2025. She said that following his dismissal, he was decated and disciplinary action taken against him after an internal review found him guilty of discreditable conduct and violations of police discipline. The Commissioner of Police, Danladi Isa, assured that the command remains committed to upholding the integrity and eliminating bad elements within the force. The newly appointed Commissioner of Police for Kano State, Ibrahim Bakori, has a promise to ensure zero tolerance against crime in the state. Bakori, who made the pledge during his first official visit engagements with the press, vowed to stamp out thuggery, drug abuse, kidnapping, and cybercrime through advanced technology and strengthening of community policing.
Bakori, who becomes the 47th Commissioner of Police in Kano Command, emphasized a zero-tolerance policy towards all forms of criminalities, stating that his leadership would be proactive in tackling security challenges. To achieve this, the Commissioner reviewed plans to leverage advanced technology and human intelligence to anticipate and respond to emerging threats. He also stressed the importance of collaboration with sister security agencies and community stakeholders to ensure a safer Kano State.
I am committed to uphold the highest standard of professionalism, integrity, and accountability. Having obtained briefs from my predecessor, AIG Salman Dogo Garba, and the command management team, the crime pattern in the state was carefully studied and analyzed. I also comprehensively action plan was developed to address emerging issues that threaten the collective peace and security of Kano State. Based on this assessment conducted,
Bakari urged officers to uphold professionalism, discipline, and respect for human rights in their duties.
A 16-year-old girl identified as Mariam Samuel has allegedly committed suicide by hanging herself in Kalarin area of Kaltungo, the headquarters of Kaltungo local government area of Gombe State. The State Police Command is investigating the incidents to get to the root cause while the family remains in agony.
The lifeless body of the girl was discovered hanging on the branch of a tree in Kaltungo last Friday. The discovery of the body of the teenage girl has sparked speculations in the area over the possible circumstances that may have prompted the action which led to her death. While some residents believe she must have committed suicide, others said she might have been killed by hoodlums and hung on the tree to destroy any trace or evidence. Sources close to the deceased family, who spoke on condition of anonymity, revealed that Mariam was pregnant for her boyfriend, which caused tension in the family. The Gombe State Police Command Buhari Abdullahi, who confirmed the incident, described it as a case of possible suicide, noting that the investigation is still ongoing to ascertain the root cause of the incident.
The village head of Kalari Ward, Kaltungo local government, Gombe State, reported at Division Police Headquarters Kaltungo that a lifeless body of a lady was seen hanged with a rope on a tree at Kalarin Mountain. On the receipt of this information, police detectives from Kaltungo Division, led by Divisional Police Officer Kaltungo, CSP Palmer, visited the scene and evacuated the said body to General Hospital Kaltungo for medical examination.
A family source disclosed that Mariam had been secretly visiting her lover and the pregnancy was discovered during a meeting between her parents and the boyfriend.
Her legs were on the ground while hanging, which is not supposed to be so. Well, it is really tragic.
The lifeless body of Miriam has since been deposited at the General Hospital, Katongo, as the family revealed that the deceased left home a day before the tragic incident to fetch firewood from the nearby bush.
Still to come, tanker explosion raises vehicles, causes panic on Abuja Road. EFCC arraigns ex-Works Ministry Director Surveyor over 1.9 billion naira frauds. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News and Signature TV. A petrol-laden tanker exploded on Cairo Bridge along the Abuja-Nyanya Kefi Road on Wednesday, sparking a massive fire that destroyed at least 30 vehicles. The explosion occurred when the tanker carrying premium motor spirits lost control and crashed on the bridge, igniting a blaze that spread rapidly. Eyewitnesses reported hearing a multiple blasts with thick smoke rising into the sky as people fled the scene. Emergency responders and security personnel quickly arrived, cordoning off the area and directing traffic away to aid firefighting efforts. The exact number of casualties remains unconfirmed as at press time. A rainstorm has destroyed classrooms of Mayigi Community Comprehensive High School, Ilashe, in Ipokia local government area of Ogun State, killing a 14-year-old junior secondary school, 3 students, Timothy Amosun, 5 other pupils, 2 teachers, as well as the school food vendor and her 7-month-old child were reportedly injured during the tragic incident. Special Advisor to the Governor on Information and Strategy, Kayode Akimade, disclosed this in a statement on Wednesday. Governor Abiodun has described the incident as shocking and pathetic, expressing his deep sorrow over the loss of life while conveying his condolences to the family of the late students. He said that the government would be responsible for the medical bills of the injured. The governor had earlier directed concerned agencies to move the victims who are in critical condition to specialist hospitals within and outside the state where they are currently receiving maximum medical attention. The Ebonyi State Police Command has confirmed the killing of a security guard, Ebube Iboke, allegedly beaten to death by his colleagues at the permanent site of the Ebonyi State University. Iboke, a native of Ezama in Eza South local government area, was a member of a security outfit contracted by the University for Security Services. Police Public Relations Officer Joshua Ukandu confirmed that 3 suspects had been arrested in connection with the incident. The deceased family had, in a petition by its lawyer to the Ebonyi State Commissioner of Police, Adaku Ucheanya, alleged that Iboke was brutally assaulted and his lifeless body transported to the state police headquarters by his killers. They also claimed that his fiancée, Oluamachi, who also works with the security outfit, was prevented from taking him to the hospital when she was informed of the attack. The family has called on authorities to ensure that those responsible for Iboke's death are brought to book. The Federal Road Safety Corps says it made 7,798 arrests in just 2 months as part of a crackdown on number plate-related offenses. The arrest, it said, came as part of efforts to tackle the growing issue of fake vehicle registration plates, which have become a major concern for public safety and national security. The FRSC spokesperson Olusegun Ogungbemide disclosed this in a statement on Wednesday. According to the statement, the FRSC's crackdown garnered attention, with the National Assembly lending its full support to the initiative. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has arraigned a former Deputy Director of Highways in the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, Augustine Oluwoniyo, alongside the surveyor Suleiman Mohammed of the Department of Highways and Planning before an Abuja High Court on a 3-count charge bordering on alleged diversion and misappropriation of public funds. The EFCC told the courts presided over by Justice Jude Onwubueze that the alleged offense is contrary to Sections 19 of the Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Act of 2000. It said the funds were earmarked for the acquisition of titles for federal roads nationwide between March 4, 2019 and July 17, 2020, but were allegedly converted to their personal use. Justice Onwubueze adjourned the matter till April 3, 2025 for the hearing of the bail application and remanded the 2 defendants at Kuje Correctional Center. The federal government has kicked off the 2025 promotion examinations for personnel of paramilitary agencies under the Ministry of Interior, pledging a transparent and merit-driven process. The Civil Defense, Correctional, Immigration and Fire Services Board is overseeing eliminates favoritism and ensure that only qualified officers ascend the ranks. Speaking at the launch of the exercise on Wednesday, the Minister of the Interior and Chairman of the board, Olubunmi Tunjiojo, assured officers that promotions would be strictly based on competence. Under the revised system, officers seeking elevation from Controller to Assistant Controller General and Deputy Controller General must pass an examination and attain a benchmark score. He stressed that the need to eradicate nepotism and political influence in leadership appointments, maintaining that every officer should have an equal opportunity to rise through the ranks. Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun has pledged to make Olumorok the top tourism destination in Nigeria through focused government intervention and investments. Abiodun, who made the pledge while inspecting the Olumorok Tourist Center in Abeokuta, said the center, which is of cultural and historical significance to Egbaland, Ogun, and Nigeria at large, will attract over 20,000 visitors, reflecting its importance as a heritage and tourism landmark in the state. Abiodun explained that his administration would now prioritize tourism as a strategic policy to harness the economic potential within the sector for sustainable growth. He added that a comprehensive plan would be developed to ensure Olumorok receives the high-quality development and attention it rightly deserves as a premier tourist site. The governor highlighted that Olumorok remains the foremost tourist attraction in Ogun, requiring consistent maintenance and promotion to preserve its value. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board has announced that local content in the petroleum industry has now reached 56%, with ongoing reviews likely to further enhance its figure. The Executive Secretary Felix Ogbe disclosed this at a press conference to announce the 5th edition of the 2025 Nigerian Oil and Gas Opportunity Fair, scheduled to be held on May 21st and 22nd in ENUGU, Bayelsa State. Ogbe stated that the board is focused on attracting new local investment into Nigeria's oil and gas sector, with expectations for more opportunities arising from the 3 presidential directives on the industry. The chairman of the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, Wole Ogunsoya, praised the role played by the board in growing the oil and gas value chain in the country. Ogunsoya also noted that local content in the sector is set to grow even more with the recent acquisition of oil and gas as assets by Nigerian companies from international oil companies and IOCs. Still to come, Yemen's Houthis fire missile towards Tel Aviv airport, which Israel says it intercepted. Thousands join pensioners' protest at Argentine Congress under heavy security. These and more after the break. Just stay with us. Zelensky said on Wednesday Ukraine accepted the proposal for an unconditional ceasefire and highlighted the importance of U.S. President Donald Trump's concept of peace through strength. In their first conversation since an Oval Office shouting march on February 28, Zelensky thanked Trump in a statement uploaded to X and confirmed Kyiv's readiness to halt strikes on Russian infrastructure and to accept an unconditional frontline ceasefire as the U.S. proposed earlier. Trump has long promised to end Europe's allies who would fear it heralds a fundamental shift at 80 years in which defending Europe from Russia expansionism was the core mission of U.S. foreign policy. Yemen's Houthi militants, undeterred by waves of U.S. strikes since last week, fired a ballistic missile towards Ben Gurion airport near Tel Aviv, the group's military spokesperson said in a televised statement on Thursday.
The missile force of the Yemeni armed forces carried out a qualitative military operation targeting Ben Gurion Airport in the occupied Jaffa region with a Palestine II hypersonic ballistic missile. This operation successfully achieved its objective, thanks be to Allah. For the 5th day in a row, our armed forces, with the help of Allah Almighty, continue to effectively and responsibly confront the American aggression against Yemen, the land of faith and wisdom, which has targeted civilian objects and facilities in the capital, Sana'a, and several other governorates over the past few hours. As a result, the armed forces have escalated their targeting of enemy warships in the Red Sea, including the U.S. aircraft carrier USS Harry Truman and its affiliated warships. This operation was carried out by the Missile Force, the Naval Forces, and the Air Force, using a number of ballistic and cruise missiles, as well as drones. The operation successfully achieved its objectives, thanks be to Allah.
Israel's military said it intercepted a missile launched from Yemen early on Thursday as hostilities with Iran-backed Houthi militants intensified. Sirens sounded in several areas in Israel after the projectile was fired. The military said the Israeli police said sirens were heard in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Israel's ambulance service said no serious injuries were reported. Footage obtained on Wednesday showed Palestinians in the northern Gaza Strip town of Beit Lahia carrying bodies into ambulances after an Israeli airstrike killed at least 14 people. The casualties and victims had gathered at the home of a family who were mourning the recent loss of loved ones when the strike occurred. They were then transferred to the Indonesian hospital, according to the Palestinian news agency. The Israeli military said on Wednesday its forces have resumed ground operations in the central and southern Gaza Strip as the second day of airstrike killed at least 38 Palestinians, according to local health workers. The United States struck targets in the Yemeni capital Sana'a on Wednesday. Houthi-run Al-Misar TV reported the latest in a wave of strikes carried out in retaliation for attacks by the rebel group on shipping in the Red Sea. 3 residents said that the strikes had hit the Al-Shara district of Sana'a, close to the city's airport. In video released by the U.S. Central Command on Wednesday, fighter jets were seen taking off from an aircraft carrier from an unidentified location, as the U.S. said it is continuing its operations against the Houthis. Libyans in support of Gaza gathered on Wednesday to protest after more than 400 Palestinians were killed in airstrikes the day before in one of the deadliest episodes since the beginning of the conflict in 2023 of October, shattering a ceasefire and had largely held since January. The Israel military said on Wednesday its forces resumed ground operations in the central and southern Gaza as a second day of airstrikes killed at least 48 Palestinians, according to local health workers. The war, the most devastating episode in decades of Israel-Palestinian conflict, was triggered by a Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on October 7, 2023, which gunmen killed 1,200 people and took 250 hostages. The Israeli campaign has more than 1,000 protesters marched in Barcelona, Spain on Wednesday evening after Israel ended the ceasefire in Gaza. People shouted slogans calling for a boycott of Israel